There I am. There I am. Hi, welcome. You didn't see any of that. That was all nothing. That was all kosher. I'm Chris Vangelus. Hello. I'm joined today once again by my news diver companion Aaron, who you can hear.
Hey, how you doing? I got the pressure helmet ready. We should be good to go.
Excellent. Don't want the bends. Don't want the bends. The bends are terrifying when you're a kid and someone just describes them to you, because I remember the first time someone told me about the bends, I was like, so you mean people just shoot out of the water and explode? And it's like...
Yeah, even when you get no, actually what's happening is all the gas that's inside of you is all of a sudden elsewhere. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. And I'll just throw my hellos out to everybody, because there were some folks here who were very early. Earliest being Eve Tronia, followed by Axel Nightmare, followed by Chris Carnage Creations. I see Shia. I see Long was here. Champion of Braves, Dynamo Dave 2K2, Isaiah P, Logos, Robot Lorekeeper, Zilch, Mayoral Fabrication, Griff, Timu, Chris Muse, Cliff. Let's see. I see an Aksmth. What the hell? How do we let him back in here? I thought you banned him. Valkysis, Alexis Silver, GD Slalom, Brendan Callanan, V Santo Hartono, I got it. Boulder and Marindex T17. Welcome to the news. Aaron and I, for those of you, I see some names I recognize, but I don't recognize from having seen these streams. So for those of you who want a little intro, I'm sure one of you's out there. Me and Aaron have known each other since approximately the year 2002/2003. I actually forget now where in that mush we met.
That's somewhere in there.
Yeah. So when I had the idea of why don't I just go to the earliest TFW news page and start reading through all the front page news, which began on TFW in February 2003, gave me a nice arbitrary start date. One stream in, it became clear, hey, having Aaron along for the ride will probably make sense, because he was not only site staff, news staff back then, much more actively, but he was at most of the shows I went to, and we can kind of bounce neurons to try to remember things, because there's tons of link rot and tons of scary dead internet when you go like 20 years into the past. In fact, we found all kinds of funny new things last time we did this. There was the TFW front page skipping from the middle of May to the end of August, and then we were furnished with Seibertron link for 2004, which is where we are right now, which immediately led us to the announcement of the death of Ronald Reagan. Which was like a mild jump scare because of this low-res Ronald Reagan JPEG from 20 years ago that appeared at the bottom of my scrolling. But we're making it through. Aaron is bravely link testing lots of links, and Aaron, you can attest...
Trying to be fast on Internet Archive as well?
Yeah, using the Internet Archive, but you can attest some of these links, when you click them, it's not that they 404. The scary part is when they linger.
Yeah. They sit there and they go, this might be it, or this might be some parked web page trying to sell you timeshares.
Yeah, I don't know why it's just spinning.
Yeah.
This is a... Because the worst part also is when you look and it's like, it's a custom URL, right? Like it's an actual domain, because then you're like, oh, who bought this? Who owns this in the last 20 years? Shia, sad that you missed Reagan's death. Well, hey, have I got good news for you?
He's still dead.
Well, yeah, but
Probably.
I also
Hopefully.
clipped it. I clipped it. I posted it on a couple spots, but I do have it clipped. I can bring it up pretty easily. It only clipped the discovery. There was, I think, a whole 2 minutes afterwards because we were both kind of just, processing the part where we found the announcement of the death of former President Ronald Reagan.
Especially since I believe that the filter that we're looking at on Seibertron is Transformers as well.
Yeah, and
So-
it was labeled OT for off topic, which was really funny. Okay, I have it. I'm gonna bring it up actually. I'll jump us over. Aaron, you probably won't be able to hear this. But just for everyone's, entertainment.
I'll imagine.
Yeah, you were there. Looks like there's less news items because there are no site updates. Transformers History Collection Gallery. Wasn't expecting this. The off-topic label. OT.
That's probably why the TFW boards just doesn't exist anymore. That's when we decided, hey, maybe we need politics from our Transformers.
Small Dream, why does he keep appearing? I actually rewatched this clip a lot, trying to understand the noise I made when I got there.
It was like a
The
spitless
freaking
spit take.
photograph, yeah, but like down-resed with the pixels because it's from
All of that energy in the
2004.
torso had to come out, and it was that or just like a bloody nose.
I was very shocked, it was we if you watch the VOD, if you use that clip, I've linked it elsewhere. If you need the link, like poke me later. You can just keep watching the VOD. Someone did size that image. It was sub 100 by 100, blown up.
Mm-hmm.
There's also, what was it? Aaron had a good little zinger. Someone had a good zinger. Aaron brought up from the chat at least about how we should now, where's the Jimmy Carter announcement on TFW? Mm-hmm. There was also the cited sources for the death of Ronald Reagan being Fox News, CNN, and the Drudge Report.
Mm-hmm.
The word Alzheimer's linking to the Google search for what Alzheimer's is.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let me Google that for you, just in case you don't know what Alzheimer's is. Although 20 years ago, Aaron may not have been entirely up to speed on it. So
it's just the eager, like the confused, maybe slightly shaken eagerness of linking Alzheimer's disease to the Google search for Alzheimer's disease, because it's like Who knows? Maybe. Anyway, we ended off here on at the end of page 28. If I checked correctly, and I do remember us covering or saying something about alternators still being in the UK. So let's pop over to 27. Soft goal for tonight is we make it to August and jump back to TFW to close the loop on this strange journey before we find more, like, OT. Xiao, what is Alzheimer's? I forgot. There you go. You got it. Santa Artona already was like, it makes sense to forget about Alzheimer's. Long was here, joke stream, just me commentating over these news streams. Maybe someday. I still plan to do a stream commentating over old 2008 videos I made. Anyway, fully painted Alternator Meister gallery. This is probably the only evidence of that gallery left, because these thumbnails seem to have, I think these were like copied over or something. Aaron, you know what that toy looks like. We had a whole discussion about this last time.
Yeah.
Alternator one, for those who don't know, replace the magnets with actual like pins going into holes. It's pretty nice for the link steering. More Energon barricade leader picks. I think that we tried but did not successfully find the very first Xerox sheet images we saw of the Energon combiners, which was very exciting for me at the time.
Yeah, unfortunately, their page just links to TFW yet again, so...
Yeah.
Board links that still don't exist.
Robo-Lurkeeper wanted to take the word gestalt away from Transformers fans. Don't worry, a lot more people agree with you now, me included. I didn't... Back then it annoyed me because I was like... I thought with full heart, oh, we're using German words like my family does, Gestalt. And then people were like, no, Gestalt is a Transformers fandom word. And I was like... New detailed E-Slugslinger pics. There's a thumbnail, at least.
Goes to bbs.tf club link, which theoretically, if it's a BBS, it might exist, but it doesn't actually work.
Damn. Well, at least we kind of... This is kind of what the picture looked like back then. These were those weird, like, Xerox grayscale photos that this set of, you know, quote-unquote leaks came from.
Yeah.
V. Santa Hartono, well, my mom does, because my mom is literally German, so I have a lot of German words in my vocabulary. That, and I ended up, in 06, especially, becoming quite a fan of the Neue Deutsche Härte music genre. Dino Day, better than Combinder. I hope, I sometimes wonder if maybe I oversold. I just remember at the time, there were a couple people, but they pushed as though they were a full army, the idea that we should create the word Combinder as a Transformers fandom word. And they meant very well. But, you know.
But they were wrong.
It didn't take. It is now remembered as a thing I said on the stream, I believe, most recently. Comboner, with Shia, where were you 20 years ago? We could have used that. Boulder with Combimbelos. We could have used that 20 years ago as well. We just had Gestalts and Combinders back then.
One person was really big into like Jungian psychology nonsense or something.
It came from Alt Toys Transformers, if I recall correctly. Like when the fandom was in the triple digits, is the root of Gestalt. And you know, so once more of us got there, it was already there. Apparently, HasLab used Gestalt again on the Lio Kaiser page. I did not notice that. I might have just glazed it. What? Mirandex Combinder seems to have spontaneously re-emerged in the HasLab Lio Kaiser thread. I hate this.
Like, if it's a thing that actually happens, sure. Somebody just typoing.
Did someone listen to the stream and go like, no, it's my duty. I have to bring it back. If you speak German, Begrip je Nederlands dan. I don't know what Begrip is. I'm assuming either travel to or understand. So no. I more so can phonetically read German. I can't think in any language but English, which really prevents me from like actually becoming polyglotted, or whatever they say. Getting all glotted up with the poly.
Quick Google Translate says, do you understand Dutch then?
Oh, no, I just misread Dutch as German a lot, to the point where I've started to recognize it when it's written. Because because it's always like German but not in my head because I saw German first. But that's just my experience. I can usually read German and kanji-less Japanese pretty smoothly. I just don't actually know what I'm saying sometimes. I'm getting better at sight reading French too. I have no idea what I'm saying in French. Anyway, yeah, this was I think when we first got a good look at Slugslinger, which I remember also being pretty exciting. Just because that was a cool looking guy. Bonus Energon weapons with Superlink repaints. The saga continues. Nobody's ever saying what color goes with anything. Oh no, wait, does it say? No, it says bonus. Never mind.
Yeah.
Champion of Braves. What's wrong with just combiners? I don't know. That's also been my take for a long time. I don't know what's wrong with just saying combiner. But, I'm also the one who takes issue when I see Gestalt. So, like, tit for tat, apples and oranges. Aaron, the OTFCC pre-reg packs are now arriving.
Yeah, that's for 2004. That's, I don't think I went to that one.
Thanks to Bill of the 2005 boards. Even over here.
Yeah, he's showing up. Nice.
What's the Takara term? I think, Gattai Kyojin or something? As of Combiner Wars, Combina. There's nothing really wrong with Gestalt. It's just that most people don't know what it means, or they say Gestalt, which, like, on a very petty level, just makes my eye twitch.
Yeah, it's one of those things that also kind of sometimes feels like a gatekeep type of thing, or not necessarily a gatekeep, but like here's the in language, and oh well, you don't know what a Gestalt is.
Yeah,
like combiner's pretty straightforward. What's it do? It combines. Okay.
As a verb, as a verb turned to noun. Yeah, I have more patience for Gestalt and Gestalt than I do for Chug, which stands for Classics Henkei Universe Generations, and is one of the most meaningless terms in the fandom, in my opinion, because it encompasses like 3.5 different aesthetics. Also, I've hated it more ever since I heard the phrase, "This looks very Chuggish." That made me want to spit on the floor. But
yeah,
that's very like. That, I don't have like any kind of objective, reasoning for that.
I think that like, as since we're sitting here talking about it, Chug is really a thing that like when we were in that block of like 2.5-ishly like lines, it made sense because that was a new like design aesthetic and style. And then when people started being like Chuggerts, because that was the next chunk, it's like, well, the Erts part is starting to change the style a little bit, but you keep trying to link it back, and then it became Chuggerts, Wurgerts, Burger, Barbecue, and you're like, no, that's just every line since Classic. That doesn't work like that.
Basically, people should just, if you're going to say it, just say Chuggerts. Also, because Face isn't here right now, I will share Face's own grievance. Chug is also a racial slur in some parts of northwestern Canada for Indigenous people. That always seems to take less than when, for instance, I just start saying the word chuggish to describe the aesthetics of a robot toy. But yeah, also that acronym... Oh, what?
I was going to say, as your made sense in 2011 and not much later. Yes.
Yeah, it is meaningless now. It's just a noise people make. I actually started using it in a I think either a recent video or a video that I have yet to put out. I'm just calling it mid-scale now because everyone gets like violent. Not everyone. A lot of people get oddly violently opposition-y when I would say neoclassics. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to call them mid-scale, because I already call the small ones pocket scale, because I also hate Legends class as an all-defining term, because it's like, they don't even make those anymore. Nor was that word very descriptive of small toys. Yeah, if you want to be petty like me, and be a pest like me, when people say it looks real chuggish, number one, start clapping like Orson Welles and Citizen Kane, but number two... tell them, yeah, it does really fit in with the 2012 Fall of Seibertron Generations line. You're right. Since that technically is part of what they are referring to. But also, people, if they're going to just should stop being cowards and say Chuggert Segulobradur, you know? If they're going to really go for it. But yeah, no, back in the day, I was like, hey, I'm down if we just keep making this thing stupider. Then yeah, let's keep adding letters. But people are like, no, we gotta have fandom shorthand. And I inherited this from my mom, but when shorthand is acronyms that people don't know the meaning of, I get incredibly tetchy.
Yes.
Because you don't know what you're saying now. Anyway, Neo Generations, I mean, the Chicken Soup, I don't disagree, but people get super mad about syllables, so I'm like, alright, mid-scale, it's 2 syllables. It's smaller than Masterpiece, but bigger than Little, it's mid, there you go. I fixed it. Aaron, alternators are still alive in the UK, confirmed.
Yeah, I'm glad that we got around that brief scare.
We got Dreamwave's October comics. Let's see, there's some solicitation. What was happening in Energon by number 26? Unicron's TerrorCon Force. I don't remember this at all.
Yeah.
I also can't remember at what point we got solicits for issues of Energon that didn't come out, but I think that was post 30? Maybe? I can't remember. K Nico 1941, what's wrong with just mainline? I don't know!
Well, it was like...
I mean, I can... Yeah. Mainline has kind of become conflated. Mainline used to kind of mean with relevance to the toy line for the show on the air, but since that has not been a concept in the same way for like 9 years,
yes,
it's become a bit of a funnier thing.
Yeah, because a bunch of these also bounced around, you know, the show line versus the line for the real fans.
Yeah.
And other things like that just trying to make fans trying to come up with terminology for something that's 2 years behind what Hasbro's actually doing, and then feeling the need to keep using the thing that's not working for what you started with because it's what you're continuing to have, like some sort of horrible backwards compatibility forced thing. Yeah.
I got no issue with fandom slang. Like, go for it. It's just like, be liquid, please.
I also love virtually everyone in this fandom, and it's higher than, we'll say, average population neurodivergent people that may have a need to put everything into a little box that may not necessarily fit in a little box. I
love boxes and I love spreadsheets, but like, how do I put this? When the definition of what is being put on shelves, for instance, is outside of your control, then like vernacular's got to be liquid and it's got to be evolvey and putty like, in my opinion. Otherwise, you end up in a funny situation where you're like, this toy fits in with the classics line of 2006, and it's like, no, it doesn't at all. Ever. Anyway. But also, I noticed with Alexis Silver at least, and a couple others, when I brought up the descriptor chuggish, it finally penetrated the same sweaty butter drool sensation that the word has always given me. So I need to cite that more. We gotta say things are being developed chuggishly.
They're just chugging along. See, they're good ways to use that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, nobody ever brings it up with train transformers. We got the Toy Armada with Aaron Archer in the chat. Hello, welcome to the news. We got a Transformers.com update. Visit the team at the official Transformers Collectors Convention, July 31st and August 1st. That's the update. We got another update from Transformers.com. Please visit the team at the Transformers booth at San Diego Comic-Con. I assume San Diego. Wednesday, July 21st. That's the update. Are we going to have another Transformers.com update?
Maybe.
Nope. Oh, okay. ComicCon proceeded to happen. No, wait. Is this a different? No, this is ComicCon. Yeah, never mind. This is just funny wording. Comichone. T-Formers has updated their site with a gallery of products. Does any of that work? Chris Muse, can we describe something?
The T-Formers page does work.
Can we describe something as chuggiest? That's vile. I'm down. No, wait. Chuggiest. Let's soften the G like with Gestalt. Let's go all the way. So this works. Let's see what was revealed. Oh, this is so classic. Look at this. Is this centered correctly? It is. Enough. Okay.
It's perfectly centered enough.
In that it's visible, yes. I was thinking about those archive or galleries where everything was like getting shunted over one way. All right, let's see. So we've got the Devastator Colors Build King. That was Universe. That was like Universe / Classics. No, wait, that was the E Devastator.
That says Transformers Universe right there on the card.
Oh, combo form. Look at this. Look at this quaint little name card that says Transformers and one word. Did anyone see the name cards at MegaCon this last weekend that said Transformers Generations, Age of the Primes, Voyager Class, Rescue Bots, and now I forgot the rest of his name, the fire truck. Because they were, like, really long. Here is the blue tracks. That was a whole... I can't remember if at this point we had heard the whole story at a convention yet about the saga of tracks being blue in the States. As I recall, I think we've gone into this once or twice, but like there were on eBay plastic yellow tracks test shots, and then at the very last minute / not literal last minute, but like it was eventually proven from the Transformers team to whoever needed to hear it that blue would look better and less translucent and would carry paint better, etc., etc. Which also was a roundabout way of going like, what if we do them in blue? What with it being tracks? So that was a whole thing. Back in the day. There's Meister. So did he come out as Meister in America?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. He's always kind of had a couple of names. Agent Meister.
Yeah, I think it eventually became just, I mean, Mr. Archer's here and maybe a little bit more towards it, but it was just the standard of, Meister is something that is trademarkable versus Jazz is a basic concept.
Yeah, and then we eventually arrived at Autobot Jazz. Special Ops Jazz was another in-between one. AutoCon 1202, thank you for the support. We got this reissue of Astro Train that I always forget how it came out in North America. Did we get the black and white one? This has all slipped my mind now.
I don't know, because this is a time frame where I was also importing some of them if they were different.
Yeah.
And I'm never quite sure which thing anymore is this the black and purple? Is this the black and white? Is this...
Was there not recently an Astro Train reissue, or am I imagining things? Like recently in the last 3 or 4 years.
G Slalom is saying that Astro Train is available on BBTS right now.
Heyo! I'll go get yours. You can. It looks just as good as this.
There was a Walmart one.
Ah, okay. All right, I thought so. Here's Micromaster Devastator and Micromaster Defensor. I liked this way of bringing the 6 combiners over because it made them different. And I thought in the case of especially the Constructicons, I thought it was a really cool color thought experiment of what if they're construction guys? What if we just color them like the other construction guys? Aaron Archer says Jazz was not available for a few years because Ken Burns paid for all trademark categories for the term Jazz based on a documentary series he made. Meister was an easy exchange. Ken Burns!
Huh.
Ken Burns, clearly not a true fan. Let's see, Protectobots. We got some Energon Voyager. I think Cliffjumper was the new one. Cliffjumper slash Beachcomber? Beachcomber.
No, Beastcomber. You had it right. Oh.
You know what? I would have just taken your word for it. Ken Burns' over party. Yeah, I got a Discord ping because I shared a photo of a Twin Peaks box set, and someone said I misread that as Twin Penis, and I'm like, you know what though? I would have too. I got the reissue of From Z to A. In this lousy box. Aaron, I never got one of these before. You know those boxes where they like stack the discs on each other?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you wanna see the nightmare?
I never like those because I'm always afraid I'm gonna scratch the crap out of everything.
I read on a Reddit that apparently discs are least likely to scratch each other when stacked like this, but also it feels awful. So I don't know if I trust that Reddit post.
I mean, sure, I mean you're not messing with them a ton, but it's always not great feeling.
Yeah. Take it easy, not so Alex.
Each of them have a lock and a clasp. Let them clasp and lock in place like they're supposed to.
It's also like I opened it when I got it today, and two of the discs were not rattling around, but they were off the spindle enough for me to push them back down. I was like, oh, and I was like, well, these must be easy to get off the spindles. I'm like, that felt awful. That felt terrible. I didn't like that. So, yeah. PT, if you want stacked Discord, you ever get those Mill Creek Ultraman steel? Yes. I have at least one of those. Yeah. Bless you for keeping the query in the timeline. I don't know what you mean. Chris Muse, what do you mean? Anyway, check it out. It's the McDonald's recolor of Overload with an Optimus Prime and Corona Spark. Back in the day, we called this the McDonald's recolor because it looked like ketchup and mustard. I also, this is going to sound weird, Aaron. I remembered that the moment I saw this image, and now I'm recalling that I forgot this entire colorway existed until about 12 seconds ago.
Yeah, because that's, what, the fourth release of Overload?
Third, I think. Because there's the blue one that kind of came out.
Yeah.
So second for most.
So there was the red one that was the default, the blue one that kind of came out, the OTFCC release, and then this one. I was saying of the mold, not of the character.
Oh, okay. Well, the OTFCC release, I mean, technically speaking, wouldn't come out for another year or so. But someone pointing out in the box art, this actually has the Power Links Prime base pants in the middle photo here. Or is it this one of the two?
No, that is showing them on Jetfire.
Is that on Jet? Oh, no, over here on the right then, it must be. Because those are different colors. Or wait, did you say it was the box? Oh, sorry, Otacon said it was the box art.
Okay.
But I was looking here on the...
It also looks like in that tighter shot, like it's even different between the box and there because the face paint.
Oh, yeah.
It's like...
Gold?
It's like gray head and gold or bronze versus a red head and silver.
Yeah. Okay, Otacon's saying the right-hand photo. Maybe there's a better close-up. The right-hand... You can see here behind Overload.
Yeah.
Those are the Power Links pants. I never had the Power Links version. Santo Hartono, what if they re-released Armada Prime in these colors? I think re-releasing Commander Armada Prime in any colors would be kind of cool, because that toy was pretty solid. But it's Commander class, so I don't know where in the logistics that can necessarily lay. Let's see, we got Checkpoint! This is the debut of Checkpoint, who made a recent unintended comeback because they tried to repaint Cyberverse Deluxe Hot Rod into a Prowl, and it just made him look like Checkpoint.
That was a good battle in the box. That one stayed on my display wall for a long time.
Yeah,
those two figures went together well as the combiner, as the shirt pants combiner, and their unified color scheme made it even better.
Yeah, it was kind of like, I like the idea of everyone having their own identity, but also, yeah, a unified color scheme 2-pack of Energon combiners would kind of go hard. Kind of like, a Constructicon's recolor of that 6 combiner. You add a unified color scheme, you get something a little different sensory-wise when they go together. PT asking why the police need a Formula 1 race car, because they were like, we got this we got this lovely Fairlady Z already. That fire chief has a Lamborghini. We gotta one-up these MFs. We gotta go faster.
Look, we impounded it, and since we impounded it, it's ours. And we're... Cuz.
Rebel Lurk Creeper, when you read Autocon's message, I thought you said Autocon. Like you have a guy in your ear feeding you intel who's not Aaron. I mean, technically y'all can be my Autocon, to some degree. Shadefish, LAPD, be like budget won't spend itself, true.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in Toronto, I remember the day that the Toronto police suddenly had these friggin' semi-futuristic tank-like SUVs out of nowhere that all had extremely fresh paint deco. Aaron Archer saying it was a repro car from a local bad guy and repainted as a cop F1. There you go.
Or isn't it like, doesn't Italy use the vehicles that they get from Ferrari for like organ transplant? Like this is, since it's a police car, you can turn on the lights, have the right of way, and then just haul ass to get this like heart from one hospital to another.
I have no idea, but
I could swear I've seen something like that before.
That sounds like logical.
Yeah.
Shio, what's something Otacon would say? Snake? There you go. Vangelus, come in! President Reagan has died! We got this 2-pack that I also don't remember existing. Of, this says Prowl and Starscream. Was that supposed to be Prowl?
I don't remember that one either.
Wait, I have neurons reconnecting about there being so many Prowls. Kind of. I kind of recall the Starscream because I remember thinking, why is his head red? I super don't recognize this 2-pack. I'm sure it existed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Stardust Magician. Hey, I got that 2-pack to replace my broken Red Alert and Starscream. I guess maybe that's partly the point of a 2-pack like this. Like, just get them refreshed in. Alexis Silver, I don't recognize those 2 at all. Yeah, this doesn't really blow up that much. I'm sure this came out because the more I look at it, the more I remember it. But I super don't remember an Armada Red Alert painted blue called Prowl. But I remember that Starscream a lot. Stardust Magician, it was a... Okay,
Sam's Club exclusive, yeah. Because I think that's what a lot of those like odd painted ones were. And there is a Sam's Club in town, but I was not a Sam's Club member at this point in time. I still would have been in the apartment life. And when you're in the apartment life, it's not like you have the space to store the, 400 rolls of toilet paper or whatever.
Don't I know it?
Yeah.
Is Sam's Club still a thing? Because that doesn't exist up here.
It still is a thing.
Okay.
I am a Sam's Club member now. Because, well, also, to joke about healthcare, like when you are the Plus member, there are a significant number of medications that are just free or $4 per month. And we did the math, and it was paying for itself in 2.5 months. So.
We got a question from Alan Weaver. Why don't we have more Costco and Sam's Club exclusives now that I'm an adult and have a Costco membership? Because they are cruel.
Yeah.
Because the world did not maintain its promise to all of us that we would just get what our parents had. Autocon saying, when I used to work at Walmart, they made you pay for a membership out of your paycheck. That's messed up. This looks like, here we go. We were talking about this earlier. The 2-pack with STD Optimus and Tiny Megatron. Another one I never actually found myself. and so I think it eventually just sort of ebbed out of my memory as existing.
I have that Chrome Optimus, but I could swear it came from something else.
It did in Japan.
Japan's was Chrome? Yeah, that might be what it was.
Yeah, for everyone, STD Optimus, because that's the opposite of DLX, which is deluxe. It's standard. It's a Japanese thing. They didn't call it STD in America, obviously, because everyone would giggle, as you can see. But that is an established naming scheme in Japanese toys, dating back to at least the 80s. So I use it as a shorthand, and every time I do, I forget that someone hasn't heard it, and I have to explain, like, I am not talking about sexually transmitted disease Optimus. That is a canceled BotCon exclusive. They were trying to bring Toxitron back for the first time, and they thought maybe the name was the problem, but it wasn't. Okay, that's cool. The Megatron looks like it was... Okay, I kind of remember now. Yeah, the little Megatron was so close to the big Megatron color-wise, I think. Unless the big Megatron did something different.
That looks like maybe that light blue plastic is a lighter blue, like a tealier blue.
Yeah.
Than the standard one, but I couldn't tell you. I
haven't looked at mine in a while.
It's a 21-year-old photo taken with who knows what technology versus my memory of what's on display downstairs under completely different lighting.
It's available in September 2004. MSRP $40. That ain't bad. Okay, Autocon is saying, yeah, this one had lighter blues and maybe a lighter translucent green. I think you're right about the green, because I remember the big one feeling like very citrus, very winter citrus. Anyway, thanks for the gallery, old T-formers. I guess this was just a listing. This is where we found out Robot Masters might be doing Victory Saber. I witnessed a Victory Saber superfan discovering the existence of the Robot Masters Dark Victory Saber deco. And I was hopefully helpful in saying, like, yeah, it's also just a solid toy. I think Robot Masters Victory Saber holds up. You know, it's not... The Robot Master toys were never, like, mind-blowing, the original molds, but, like, the Lyo Convoy and the Victory Saber I thought were still pretty solid many years later. We got pictures of Tokyo Character Show 2004. Does this gallery work? Who's it from? T-Formers, maybe it works.
Yep.
Hell yeah, let's see what Tokyo looked like in 04. Look at that! Look at that! Big old Optimus.
Big old swole boy.
Yeah. Autocon says these prices are really hurting me as I've been trying to recollect Armada and they're so much more expensive. As I have heard from That Was My Childhood folks I have interacted with in the last few years. Armada is becoming a very chaseable... Holy crap! This is a person costume. It's a Megazord costume.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a person costume, but still inside a ring, so...
I want
with the gloves on, there's a poor person just having to stand there inside of it.
I want to see them doing the Megazord waddle in that thing. That's thematic. That's solid. This aesthetic on the Energon Prime design kind of kicks ass. Like, this is sort of making the vehicle smaller. I kind of like this. Someone should just make a toy of this.
Maybe one day they will.
This guy just stomping around. And this guy, like, because he's got the glove, the Megazord gloves, so he could, like, you know, grab a big sword, and then they replace the hand with a sculpted glove that's just holding the sword, and he maybe has a spinny motor so he can, like, spin the Star Saber around and stuff. That would rule. Alex Silver, this is what the Bay movie should have been. You're not wrong. Imagine the Tokusatsu Transformers movie.
The what movies?
Sorry, yeah. I don't know who Bay is. Michael Bay, director, you mean? That guy's not directing the movie. Last news we got, he's specifically out of the running. Yeah, thank you, Aaron.
That's Bad Boys for Life.
Got isekai'd for a second there. I gotta remember. Bad Boys for Life. That's right. Let's see. It's Towline. I think Towline had not been discovered yet, so this was like some new stuff. I was gonna say underrated figure. I think actually history has shown a lot of people like Towline. Although, are they showing the good mode? Because, okay, they're not. The best part about Towline was that this, little like tank bed was also legs, so he could just centaur mode with that thing.
Yep.
That ruled. Like, you basically got 2 parts of an Energon combiner with Towline, and I think that was very undersold at the time.
And because of the way that he became a top half, like you could have his legs then just be cannons over top of it. So it was like a centaur with shoulder guns.
It was like a contained super mode in a way. And of course he was never in the anime, so I never got to see that realized. But no, I am a Towline truther. I love this, how they're spelling Towline and kind of it's Towline. It's like Towline. That's so cute. I don't know why they have a Brave Maximus with the Robot Masters. I guess just like as a scale thing.
Scale?
Yeah. So you got Mirage back there.
Is it like that Max just looked dusty as heck?
I think it's for the diorama. I
think so too, but I saw the primal underneath it looks like he might be dusted as well. Somebody just went to town with that like modeling dust stuff to try to dirty it up and make it look good.
Yeah, either they did that by hand or they just found like the messiest closet in all of Japan. It's like who does not take care of their toys but collects them still, and some guy's just like, I sneeze on them every day. This is kind of cool. This little diorama. You got I think this is one of our, at this point, I don't know if I remember now if Robot Masters was actually out yet. This might have been one of our first good looks at like the Starscream, which was the big debated one.
Well, I mean, if the news there was talking about upcoming releases being Robot Masters 15 through 19.
And maybe by this point they were out.
Maybe the first few were out.
Yeah. AM Zod popping in to say, make these streams make you so happy. Well, thank you. I hope you enjoy the VOD when you get a look. I like the little Mirage, like, just on the tower back there. Like, I'm about to shoot Starscream in the back of the head. Okay, there's such close-ups of Starscream. I don't know if Starscream was out yet, because they're taking, like, back photos, and, like, this back shot right here, showing the big hole. Because I remember at the time, like, this was the very first time we had an articulated transforming G1 style Starscream. And there were so many questions, like, do the arms fold in? Does he have a waist joint?
He's got a hole all the way through him like the original G1 did. That's how you know they love their toys.
Exactly. That's Chicken Soup. Yeah, we were wanting that big back shot. We wanted the big hole back shot on Starscream so we could see what's going on. Hello, Kingly Toy! Did we know about this yet? Because this is a friggin'... This is a top tier piece. This is like, to me, like Pinnacle Universe release. The Nemesis Mammoth with the blood tusks.
Yes.
This is a good piece. Anyone out there, hopefully you all know this toy exists. Because this is, I say with great bias, my favorite version of this mold too. And in a way, or at least for a little while, one of the most accessible copies of it to boot.
Yeah, this was a Target exclusive, I think, that actually got a major print run.
Yeah.
Because I think there was like a blue and white one, Ultra Magnus.
Ultra Mammoth?
Ultra Mammoth.
That was with the club. That was sometime later.
Was that one with the club? I could swear that there was another one that was also a Target release that barely got any. Or maybe I'm thinking of another one. This all kind of conflates with these oddball exclusives.
No, the Nemesis Prime version was... They made enough of them. I think I got mine on, like... I didn't even get mine at a Target, 'cause we didn't have those in Canada, but, like... the store that would go on to Found Fans Project, I believe, had one in the store for like 50 Canadian. And I was like, sure! Either that or I got it at a BotCon. I can't remember. One of the two. I got it for pretty dang cheap, though. Yeah, Lorekeeper. They went for a bone color on the limbs. Like, it's so spooky. And they specifically called... I think this is the one where they called the Matrix he comes with the Dead Matrix. Like, I recall this being the debut of the Dead Matrix. That's some art, though. Check that out. That's some real... Oh, it got smaller. Hang on. That's some solid friggin' box art right there.
Somebody learned about foreshortening and really wanted to show that they understood it.
Fist with Tonfa! What's this say? Nemesis Prime. So yeah, they even called him Nemesis Prime because he was. I think this did come out in Japan as a USA edition, I believe. But this one is not called Convoy. This says Prime right there. So they called him Nemesis Prime, which was not common back then. Got a cool little display of just some Optimuses and Convoys.
Optimi.
Some Optimi. That's another fandom one where I've always... That one I'm fine with, but I always kind of, like, squint a little bit. Superfire Convoy, Beast Convoy, Lio Convoy. What is it? Oh, right, because sometimes our they do USA editions of just, like, redecos that weren't part of the show. So this is Signal Flare USA edition, it says there.
Under, like, a serving cloche.
Oh, yeah, it's like a dome.
Yeah.
Aaron Archer saying one of the best recolors ever, with regards, I believe, to that Nemesis Prime. Yes, that thing... The fact that y'all got blood on the tusks still blows my mind. Because it's not subtle, and it's not vague. That the big sharp things got gradiented red all over them. See, Energon, not Inferno. I forgot his new name. He changed his name, right? Because I think in Super Link he kept Inferno, and like they added something to the name. Maybe I can't remember anymore.
So yeah,
this guy's storyline was like 1.5 episodes long. Grapple and Roadblock. Thank you. Yeah, it was Roadblock and Energon. Aaron Archer asking who did that art. I don't know. That Nemesis Prime art looked like it was based very much on a toy reference photo that had the backpack on the floor. Shial coming in with the insider info. Cockblock was his new name, I think. I think that you're mixing that one up, but like that, yeah, I do remember Cockblock. It's one of my favorite Transformers. This is the Super Link display. They got this like dusty desert motif going on for all the dioramas this year.
Yeah.
What's that little red STD convoy in the front?
Some random Fire Guts version.
Was that like a
red?
Was that a lucky draw or something? I don't.
Or maybe. Yeah. Again, back to our era of lucky draws.
Yeah. Oh, Aaron Archer says he also uses Optimi. I think Aaron Archer's stream may have lagged back a little bit. I recognize this symptom. YouTube does this sometimes.
Go hit that live button next to your volume slider a couple times. I've had that happen while on here to try to make sure that things are happening correctly in the video stream, and be like, why is he like 10 minutes? Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, yep. We're caught up.
This is Binaltech Tracks, the yellow one that did come out. It says, I was confused.
Even in this picture, you can see the difference in the yellows.
Yeah, this is a warm, full yellow with painted pieces. Sorry, I was very distracted by the name. It says Toraxu featuring Shibore Corvetto. Something Corvette. What's Shibore? Chevrolet. Wow. Okay. Shibore. That's a funny way to katakana-ize Chevrolet, but I get it. Fire Superlink Grand Convoy, says Robot Lorekeeper. Aaron Archer saying John Boyce colors on that one. I'm guessing the artwork. He's called Burning Grand Convoy or something. Okay. And yeah, like, all due respect, we do got Yellow Tracks lovers in the chat. At this point, I'm ambivalent. I just was like, I just don't like the color yellow as much as I like the color blue, because I'm a cold palette person. But I also do have both. I don't mind Yellow Tracks. Let's see, this is the Super Link release of Dead Unicron. More storytelling in this redeco, in my opinion, than in the actual show. It was weird that he occasionally shrank. Oh, here we go. USA edition, I believe, or some kind of exclusive, but the GOAT, the Sharkticon. Never seen in any animation to my knowledge. Eventually became the Axelon. This is a good figure. If you don't have a Energon Sharkticon of some kind, highly recommend tracking one down. This is a piece. I think this guy actually did the hyper mode gimmick that the Decepticons all had. Possibly the best in my opinion. It was very, very oomphy the way that like the
you would not be alone in that opinion.
Yeah, like just those pods basically coming out, like it sold it so hard. Because some of the hyper modes would it's fine, but like they'd just be like gun or like blades, but then Sharkticon was like dump, and you're like, oh right, you're full of gun, all right. No with United Axelon, my goat, oomphy. There you go. Yeah, we got some Axelon enjoyers out here. Axelon was such a friggin' pull of a recolor, like genius. Aaron Archer, keep talking. 20-year-old flowers are wonderful. That is a delightful way to refer to some of these pieces. But yeah, that's the first day of the Character Toy Show. More OTFCC weird news. Wreckers #4 comic will also be absent from OTFCC. You can pick it up at Wizard World Chicago 2 weeks later. I vaguely remember some people specifically taking umbrage that the show 2 weeks later that wasn't the Transformers one would have this.
Yeah.
Apparently this happened with a Universe book at the previous OTFCC. I do not recall that, but...
That I do recall. And yes, there was also a bunch of salt because it was like, why... I'm going to have to, like, come back, and then, yeah, then they were like, hey, yeah, we'll if you've already paid for it, we'll mail it to you for free because this is a great sign of a business. It's doing great. Signs.
Yeah, I was a little disconnected from some of the mush. Sorry, we also have day 2 of the gallery. We get more of this beautiful costume.
That's got to be just a mannequin. Surely they didn't have some poor bastard. It's like, nope, you drew the short straw again, buddy. Get in there.
I want to know if this costume still exists. Because I want it. I want to.
You don't have room for more than 8 rolls of toilet paper in your apartment. Where are you going to put that costume?
I'll solve that later. I want to show up at a TFCon in this costume. And just ask people if they've seen my new show I'm in, Transformers Super Link.
And then you rate poorly in the costume contest and get very upset.
This is official! All these third-party costumes, and you rate them higher than me! This thing's beautiful. The paintwork even is like, it's so TV ready. Like, I don't recall there being commercials that use this costume, and I feel like maybe that was a mistake on somebody's part, because like this thing looks amazing. Timu, this costume looks fat. I think that's a Robot Masters Prime there on the shoulders of this, not a costume Optimus Prime. Also would like to know what happened to this Optimus Prime statue, because like this also looks pretty nice.
That as a solid statue seems like something that would go well in like some like conference room.
You can also see here that the statue is demonstrably a little bit smaller than the costume.
Yeah.
Aaron Archer does not recall that costume. I was almost wondering if I would like if you would have ever seen that costume stateside, but like I don't know if that thing, like I don't recall ever seeing that thing before. This was at the character what was it? The Tokyo Character Show in 2004.
I don't recall anything about that costume nor how it got into my house.
My storage unit. Like
yeah. Officer.
This is the booth, by the way. This would have been like those dioramas being able to do the walkarounds. I remember that being one of the fun parts of official BotCon. When the Hasbro guys would set up, like, especially in like the post-movie era, when they would get like 09, they had just a friggin' gigantic diorama setup, if I remember right. Take it easy, Autocon.
Oh, yeah, a lot of times they'd have just like 8 or 10 of the like 8-foot tall display cases full of stuff and then change it after their panel. Like beforehand it'd be stuff that's upcoming, and then afterwards it's like stuff that's 6 months out. Come over and drool, you nerds.
And then everyone would pile in and hover around whoever on the team was the one trying to pull the boxes out from underneath something to set stuff up, and then like,
so I want to see it in the box 30 seconds before anybody else does.
Can you turn the head? Can you turn the head to the side? Is that a hinge? Can you just transform? I think I remember. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe Aaron Archer remembers correctly or not. I remember being young enough to be the kind who would say it, and then kind of figuring out over a few years later that maybe it's a bit much when people would come up and go like, "Hey, could you quickly transform that for me?" I just remember the phrase, "Can you quickly transform that for me?" as someone was like
flashbacks.
Hovering behind a Hasbro person. And then the Hasbro people having to usually y'all had a really good line, which was not like misleading, but it was usually like, no, this is a hand painted piece. We can't like just like bust out a transformation for you. Maybe find us later on. And by find us later on, it was usually like, have the credentials to be present when the show floor closes.
Go away, gross creepy child. You are scaring me.
It's kind of, is that psycho orb coming out of a waterfall here?
Waterfall?
That's a kind of cool, like, that looks like the waterfall's parting, or maybe it's just the shot ended up looking great. Need another view. This deco, by the way, the Wrecker Hook deco.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, the picture above is the overall diorama, but...
Yeah, this is even harder to see if the waterfall was bespokedly shaped. I don't think it was shaped. I think that's just the way the light is playing. But
it's got a round butt jamming in the round thing.
Yeah. And we got one down here that we saw before. More views of the funny chrome accessory that comes with Starscream. The flip up super nipples.
Yeah, you remember that one episode, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, that was all of them had some. Was that the first release of it that all of them had some? Because then there's like the Mirage that's got a chrome blaster of some sort.
Everyone came with a chrome piece, and all the ones who were not original molds, their chrome pieces could like combine together hypothetically into a plot weapon, but there was no anime, so it was easy to forget about.
Yeah. And yeah, they definitely went to town dusting that Max.
Yeah, that looks bespoke, like the way it's highlighting.
The day 2 photo much closer is clear that somebody just took that talc bag or whatever and just went, yeah, okay, there we go.
Doof.
Yeah.
This is the USA edition. Oh, here's some Vinyltech shots. I think Vinyltechs were in hand at this point. So, oh no, wait, this is BT-07. Never mind. This is the 0102.
Yeah.
So it's got the shoulder launcher.
These are the ones. Yeah, this is the one that was like after the second release, where that team had come in first and second place in the rallies, because that's in that league, I think, is how they had numbers, because this also had the extra roof vents on the car, or the so you go back to the automobile version, it has the roof vents. You're trying to read the...
Yeah. I'm trying to read the katakana because it's saying funny stuff again. It's Smokescreen GT featuring, but then it's like Spy Suparuin Puretsa something presser.
Subaru Impreza?
Okay, it's okay.
Like
Subaru Impreza. They went with a sa and not a za. Weird.
Okay.
I forgot that's the name of the car.
But then also a bunch of stuff that wouldn't likely make it to a U.S. release, like Corona beer on the door.
Oh, yeah. yeah, you're right.
We already released that one, so we'll just skip it.
We got word from Aaron Archer, quote, "I was so busy during this era."
Yeah.
Some more yellow tracks. Some ones that are out already. This is your Vinyltech display case. Backshot of the Prime statue. Back shot of the car. Look at that ass. Look at that unslappable, just head crushing plate back there. That's the stuff.
It's how they hide the chute that the guy has to crawl into in order to get into it.
Yeah. This is the USA edition, Toys R Us exclusive of the big Megatron that we got. And yeah, here we go. The green is darker. The blue is darker. Yeah. Griff, why is his gun attached to his shoulder? I think so that it's there, but they don't have to sculpt a different hand for him to hold it, basically. They just like pop it up there on the shoulder and say it's a shoulder cannon. Creator Prime was Slap Me, I Dare You, correct. A whole bunch of USA edition here, it looks like. Tow Line, Skywarp from Universe, the Armada 4 Horsemen, 4 Horse Peoples, Universe Dinobots, another Redeco. Oh, I remember this funny box with Magna Stampede.
Yes. I've got that where I remember boxing that up. Because it's the off-color Battle Unicorn.
Yeah, and Stockade, I think. Yeah, Stockade as the little Tankor in orange. Mm-hmm. The Autobot little Tankor in orange. Looks like. And these two Minicons, I can't remember which one is which. I forgot this 4-pack existed. This is one of the cool parts of the universe when it was just like, yo, why don't we just put these 4 toys together? And it's like, all right. The storytelling will happen. Like, why are these folks hanging out? I don't know, but they're bundled together, so there's got to be a reason. Sharktacon, this is a great. Look at this sign with the Pat Lee art front and center.
Yeah.
Back when you could as an average citizen perhaps respond to this a little bit more like, yeah.
And that is very America as well. That's...
Oh, the friggin' stars and stripes motifing on the logo. Oh, Timu, that's the gun Minicon. Right. Hell yeah. I remember those. I remember that team, but I think I remember the specific one, too. Got the Convoy case.
No, I feel bad. The histole of Convoy.
I remember this sign.
English.
Yeah, we were fixated on that back in 2004 because, like, we were like, you know, the internet was still new. We're like monkeys around a fire. See a funny picture and like we'd have a discussion thread about it for like 2 weeks. I guess there's the little Fire Guts dude. I like vaguely recall this was a limited edition something or other.
Yeah, I'm sitting there seeing it close up. Is firing neurons.
Yeah. Sorry, Griff mentioned something. I should just scroll back up for a second. You're right. This was not Pat Lee. This is the All Primes poster that I think Dawn did. The layout reminded me so much. You know the Pat Lee poster where Optimus is like this.
Yeah,
it reminds me of that at a glance. But no, this is the all Optimus's poster that I think Dawn did.
I can't remember who did those posters. I got so many of them.
There was an all Megatron one as well. I got the 2 of them at the BotCon or whatever they were debuted at. Okay, Valkais is saying that is Dawn. Okay, yeah. My apologies, Dawn. I certainly don't mean to conflate you with Pat Lee. That's kind of spit on the floor kind of stuff. We got Mirai Baby in the chat, throwing out the hellos in all caps.
I had to fire off to her the official costume photos as one of my resident cosplay people.
Yeah. No, Mirai knows.
Appreciate.
Mirai knows. Okay, so I have this on my wall. Yeah. Is Mr. Pat Lee in the room with us right now? Well, the good one is in the room right now, not the spit on the floor one. What's the one with the podcast about sensing spirits and whatnot.
I like this photo of people just getting to fiddle with probably Robot Masters.
This is something I remember that we always wanted to have in North American BotCons. I think that they did eventually have like kind of a fiddle table at one point. Not like this, but
I know that it. I don't know if it was Hasbro that did it or if it was a convention thing. I remember there at one point in time, at some show or a couple of shows, they had stuff that was like recently out or just on the cusp in like a toy pit area where it was like, yeah, if it walks off, screw it, whatever.
Mirai remembers the fiddle tables. Yeah, because I remember that like it was partly aimed also at kids as like, you know, we have to make the fiddle table kid ready in case a kid explodes across it or something. Because I know that TFCon 09, Hasbro Canada brought display prototypes of like Universe Ironhide and stuff, which had not been seen yet. But then they also just let everyone at the show transform them and play with them. That's when famously someone somehow broke only the nose off of the face of Universe Ironhide by folding the head the wrong way.
Yeah.
GD Salon, in case the kid did what at a what? In case the kid, you know, kids sometimes will just, they'll biologically explode stuff everywhere. They go like, they'll do a big snotty sneeze with no hands and then just like make a splat.
Just that full expectorant sneeze.
Yeah, you know, they give everything a little bit of the petroleum treatment and you're like, time to put some gloves on. Time to hose down the toys. What else we got here? It's another couple views of the booth. Look at that logo. Just Takara.
Yeah.
Unknown to some people in the fandom now because it has been Takara Tomy for so long. I vaguely recall that at one of the fiddle tables there was an issue with like a couple kids who did actually like, not as gross a way as I'm saying, but there were like, don't go to that corner of the table. All those toys have been like, you know, snotted.
Touched.
Oh, look at this. This is, you can just buy stuff. Look at this sales table. 2004 era sales table of just like this is actually this is not specifically a BotCon site, but like this is what BotCon tables sometimes looked like when these were the new toys. You just see lines and lines of mint in box Super Link just all over the place. GD Salam, I can't believe they used to make toys for kids to play with. I know, it's disgusting. Yeah. It's I've
sign of the times.
I have never been a child, so I can't speak to the experience of children. I've just popped out like this.
You've never not been a child.
I've never
get it right.
Never been a child in my entire life. I'm better than that. Hey, we got an interview with Predaking's designer, Akitaka Mika, which I don't remember ever reading. This is on x.org.
Sketchy name. It's thinking about loading.
Sketchiest ex.org. Not x.com, the everything
may
site.
happen. Yeah.
If nothing happens,
it's just circling.
Yeah. I mean, some of it is translated here, as y'all can see. Predaking's designer started with Sunrise, no big surprise there. Did a lot of designs that were never implemented. One of the ones I did that got used was Predaking. I remember that one. That was the one with the bull, lion, mountain lion, rhino, and eagle. You looked that up, question asker.
Yeah.
In Japan, at the same time Predaking came out... Oh, you know how there's a lion in his head in his chest? The same time Predaking came out, there was a robot toy called Daltanius, as we now know it, with a lion head in his chest made by Bandai. When Predaking came out, Bandai said, "You stole our idea," and Takara got sued. So Bandai was looking for the designer, and after they found me, they took me to their offices and offered me a job. I worked at Bandai for about a year. So he got a job at Bandai because of the sales of Predaking. That kind of rules. So while at Bandai, I worked on some other robot toys, including Machine Robo. Predaking was the only one I did that made it to an actual product. That explains a lot about the minor aesthetic oddities of Predaking.
Yeah.
came up with an idea that was a skyscraper that turned into a battle platform, then a robot. They made a prototype of that one, and it was this large. He gestures to the size of the table we were sitting at. Not surprisingly, it didn't get made.
Look, the USS Flag has a hard time getting made. Imagine a USS Flag that does things.
It stands up. In the toy industry, you draw about 100 designs, and out of those, only 1 or 2 ever get picked to be used. It's a rough business. So when compared to that kind of work, working on Yuna, where I can decide everything, working on my own is fun and easy. I would have to assume the toy industry is still like that. Just lots and lots of designing, lots of sketching, lots of CADing, I guess, now. PT is saying that the site does have a lot of Wayback Machine archives.
Yeah, I hit it, and it from their link, it's not even part of this. It was a earlier part, I think, of the interview with a bunch of poorly parsed things. Let me try a later snapshot.
By the way, no spoilers, but in August, episode 32 of Superlink is called Sayonara Inferno. I can't believe they're going to kill off Inferno for good and forever in Superlink. I wonder if they'll do that in Energon as well.
Yeah, that looks to be the only part of the interview that it deals with Transformers.
Okay.
Because earlier on, he talks about some designs that he did for Nadesco. It was influenced by the Enterprise from Star Trek Next Generation.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Sorry, I was smirking because there's a BWTF. Ben Yee had an interview with G1 voice acting legend Dan Gilvezan. Quote, infamous within the fandom as the voice of Bumblebee.
Mm-hmm.
What did he do?
Well, he was the voice of Bumblebee.
The infamous Dan Gilvezan.
And that's not on BWTF.
No, BWTF had more website crashes than TFW did. So,
yeah, that's why I'm trying to see if there's plenty of copies on Internet Archive.
By the way, there's also some UK DVD stuff and a gallery of R-Blade, the Cyberjet that was painted to look like Jetfire from Robot Masters. Nona, gonna go watch Ideon. Have a good one. I like that show. I need to watch it properly.
Here is in the YouTube chat and in the Alterna chat.
Ooh.
There you go.
Let's see. What did Dan Gilvezan have to say in 2004? The
His favorite
infamous
movie was Godfather 2. So.
That interview was lost to a tape recorder malfunction. Oh, okay. So that was recorded but lost. We've had one of those. So they just did it again over the phone. Favorite movie, Godfather 2. Favorite color, blue. Yet you are Bumblebee.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't want to read word for word because this is kind of very detailed stuff. But you all have a link there in the chat now. Wants to work with Dustin Hoffman. Wants to work with Nicole Kidman. You can fill in the answer why. It's 2004. How do you draw strength to keep going? I don't. I stay in bed. I know that feeling.
Yeah.
Have you... Oh, here we go. Have you been contacted regarding the upcoming live-action Transformers movie? I have not. I spoke to Tom DeSanto at the Pasadena convention briefly. We talked about it a little bit. I was of the opinion they will use star voices. The same thing they did in the animated movie. They brought in Robert Stack and Orson Welles and all those people. My part was a small scene. He said Tom DeSanto is going to attempt, if it happens, he's going to attempt to use original cast. So, hey, who knows? Maybe he will. He intends to try to use members of the voice cast in cameo roles so people in the know will kind of get a kick out of Peter Cullen, me, maybe even John Stevenson, in small incidental roles. That's what he intends to do. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he'll get that Peter Cullen guy in for like a little cameo piece or something.
And they wouldn't have Bumblebee, be voiceless. That'd be weird.
That'd be messed up. Like, Bumblebee's going to talk, obviously. You have to develop a thick skin. Yeah, he will be appearing at OTFCC. the weekend of July 31st. Aaron, can I leave you to entertain the chat for like 5 minutes? I got to use the washroom.
Oh, okay.
So I will be right back. I'm gonna leave you all with this chunk of the interview, and we'll just make Aaron a little bit bigger here.
Yeah, my text. Yeah, thank you.
No worries.
I appreciate that. So they know. Yeah, real big. Except for it's white on light, so that'll really help.
Oh, got it fixed. Got it fixed.
That in the background's even better. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, I'll be back in 5.
Yeah. All right. So, helicopters and stuff from Chris Cartage. Yeah. Sure. Is there anything anybody wants me to expound on? I've always hated the writing assignments of just write. All right, helicopters and gyrocopters are the same thing. Very much they aren't. Helicopters use the blades for propulsion and lift versus gyrocopters that only use the blades on top for lift and have a separate propulsive thing in the back. That is not a picture of me. Can I explain how erosion works? Erosion works when one mechanical method deposits or moves soil from one place to another, wind erosion or water erosion. It's stuff moving from higher place to lower place or vice versa. Current MTG deck. I've got a few MTG decks. The favorite one right now in Commander is Captain America, because that's topical for Magic the Gathering. And the idea is you get a big sword and you throw it at people. Least favorite Transformer toy. That's a thinker. Generally, I don't think that hard about the least favorite toy because it doesn't need to take up space in my brain. Favorite Transformers character. Okay. I like the Strategist comic book Prowl. Yeah. Are we going to go see the new Captain America movie this week? Most likely. Alfie and I like the MCU stuff. While I've been working very hard at work, wink, I've been going back through and rewatching Winter Soldier and Falcon, or Falcon and Winter Soldier. Just really fun seeing how they very clearly veered that plot early on, with the pandemic and everything, just so that you can have some touch point in it. Osprey helicopters, thoughts, opinions, hate them. They're not helicopters. They're rotary. They're tilt rotor aircraft. Hate them because the Bell Invictus won out over the Sikorsky Boeing Defiant, which was a coaxial helicopter. That's where you have two sets of blades that rotate in opposite directions over top of each other. That provides you more power and a smaller footprint than a tilt rotor does. It means that you don't need a tail rotor in order to counteract torque, and so you can take the power that used to go to the back and you give it to a thrust unit, and you can go man go. Favorite beard bots. How many beard bots are there? Why is the square root of any two sides? What is the square root of any two sides of a right triangle? It is the sum of the squares. Can you tell the story of Bionicle? Nobody can tell you the story of Bionicle. It's a story in your heart. How's my day been? It's been okay. A little bit cold again, which sometimes makes it hard to get up in the mornings. Even though I have a climate-controlled house, it's like my body knows that it's extra cold outside, so I need to stay hiding underneath the covers for longer. Go-to beverage. I assume that Vangelus is back because my tagline is moving around, so he's gone to beverage. I've got a second beverage here for myself, too. Why did I wink? Because I always work hard at work and am totally focused on work 110%.
Always working hard.
What am I most excited to ride when we Disney? I think Rise of the Resistance. is the one that I'm looking forward to, so long as everything on it works. I've seen that's the terror of like, oh, half of the animatronics weren't working, so Kylo Ren was standing there, not at all imposing. Yeah, forgot Aaron works with flying things, and now I'm stuck in a loop. Help. Yep. Who's my favorite Aussie? You're in the top like 11 at least, Chris.
Wow. You know 11 Aussies?
I mean, I'm sure that there are more than 12 Australians that exist. Like, that's the counterweight continent. It keeps the rest of the world from being out of balance when it spins, so.
I guess. Hi, everyone. Did you know in summer of 2004, I started playing City of Heroes, my very first MMORPG, and that's where I first heard the phrase bio break, which is what I just did.
Okay.
Aaron, was everyone okay? Was everything holding together over here?
Yeah, we did. Once it was, once I had a topic. So what I let my least favorite thing ever in English classes was when you'd have the teacher having a hungover day. It's just like, I don't know, you bastards, just write something, and little Aaron would go, oh no, what do I write about? And then lose time to that. So instead, I had people ask questions, and then I just went on straight answering the people's questions.
That's one of the beautiful parts about the audience, is that I think that we have very good rapport with very good questions, and it makes me feel okay to do a little bio break when necessary. I got like some kind of stomach bug. I don't know what it was, but basically, I very suddenly had a piercing pain in the middle of my stomach and was like, I think I need to step away for a moment. It's been dealt with. Okay. And I washed my hands. So,
that's a twofer.
I'm a good person.
Yeah.
The people. Hey, we got a gallery, maybe, of the world's smallest VSX sets. Yeah, this is the one with the blue Megatron, I believe. It's TF KenCon, so I think that this will break. Tyler Nutter, I have that Vangelus. It's called IBS. Yeah, I have some, like, off and on. I just call it irritable bowels. I don't know if it's a syndrome, but sometimes I do just get, like, a stab when the wrong stuff comes together.
That page is not found from TF KenCon.
Ah. Well, it's the Megatron, but he's got blue instead of red. That's the biggest gist of that 2-pack.
It's at least going to a T-Formers page not found, not a generic page not found.
Oh, so we had that with Remy's site for a bit.
If we can Wayback this. Yeah, she's showing up on Wayback. It just shows like it's that I know that I've seen some other pages do this. For the Alterna chat, and then for the whole chat where it's like, hey, here's an image, and then it's the clickable images over time. Oh, it actually will click the clickable. What? Maybe.
Oh, I remember these galleries now with the fuzzy image in the back, like the triplicate.
Yeah.
I remember this style.
And you can click on the image, but
there it is.
It's taking a while for it to load for me. Oh, no.
These are very large. There's the blue. There's the blue Megatron.
Why is it loading for you and not for me? Whatever. Look at it on this page.
Servers. Where's
mine was the first request that this page has had in 2 decades, so it didn't load it. But yours was the second, and it went, oh, apparently this is wanted.
Yes, this one I believe is the dark blue windows, because the black windows was the one that was blind packed normally, and then the anime edition was the second release. So this was the like mid-tone, if that makes sense. Not the most exciting 2-pack in the world nowadays. I'm not sure if people are still super after it, but the packaging ruled. At least the outer box ruled. It's broken. Damn it! Well, you can kind of see it in small there. When the box was gigantic, because when you opened it, if this one loads... Damn it! Well, you can kind of see in the small one there. It was a huge empty cardboard box with 2 tiny toys taped to the shell inside. Not very exciting to actually open up. It looked better sealed. But my understanding is getting a hold of world's smallest stuff, especially the Megatron, can be a little bit of a task nowadays. So, you know, it could be another route to get a hold of one.
People have inhaled them or eaten them in their cereal.
It was Ravage in the stew was the famous thread. The Ravage like fell off the edge of the bowl into the spoon as the spoon was coming up with a big glob of stew, and the person just helplessly stared at it as they were on autopilot, just putting it in their mouth and swallowing it. We got OTFCC Sentinel Maximus picks from Charles 5, which I believe was not one that was gained the normal way. I think that might have been a whole thing too. How'd that guy get one kind of stuff? Seth asking about the GoBots. We actually had the designer of G1 Predaking in an interview stating that they went on to work on Machine Robo, the GoBots line. Alexis Silver, I paid over Voyager price for a world's smallest sound wave last year. There you go. Yeah, that's where they're at now. That about says a lot of it. That's nice, but what about GoBots? They go. Zoom. Alternator's Grimlock in color.
That link works.
Oh.
The J-Man is smoking again, and he's come through with more new picks.
What?
BT-10 Grimlock. This time in full color. This is the new BT that everyone is talking about.
Who's the J-Man?
You know. You're Canadian.
What the... Huh? Is that just supposed to be because it came from Japan?
I don't know.
The J-Man! Smoking again with the... Friggin' 2004. This was the first time I think we saw this, and that was kind of exciting. So we were like, "What? They wasted a slot on Grimlock," kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Seth looks 3D printed GoBots. I know. Where are they? When do we get them? I like this Grimlock too. I like the fact that he walks around on his car seats because he doesn't care about who has to drive inside of him. It's like, whatever. This upholstery is here for me to just scrape along the floor. Go to hell.
Yeah, I remember that being the first of the alternators that would frequently get me angry because of the way that his head fit through the chest.
Oh, it was super crowded. Yeah,
like there was like one perfect dimension where it would move through, but if the head was rotated 5 degrees, it wouldn't work.
Didn't the wheeljack?
The wheeljack specifically was like you had to have it like 90 degrees.
Yeah, you had to put it through sideways in a certain way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why Prime, when I look at a Takara designer, yo, J-Man, what up? It's friggin'... What was it? Last time it was OTFCC saying the toys are coming from the Orient.
The Orient.
And then we got T-Formers going like, the J-Man is smoking again!
See, I was thinking it was some sort of marijuana reference with the smoking.
Oh no, it is. It can be. It's a two things. You know, it's.
I think there's a big Japanese marijuana scene.
I feel
like their drug laws are pretty serious.
I think it's an American who saw the word Japan and thought of joints and like put them to. I think this is like a. How do you put this? This is Chris Kickback at home. This is
okay.
This is someone who's also trying to do the funny.
I wasn't following you until you said Chris Kickback at home, and then yep, got it.
Trying to do the and then, but being even less good at it than Chris Kickback. It's gonna be so weird if Chris Kickback ever watches any of these VODs and ever catches how much we talk about his style of writing on the front page.
That's okay. He'll deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah. New CD by Vince DiCola at OTFCC. Vince DiCola says, I have a new CD I'm premiering at the convention next weekend, an all-new collection entitled Vince DiCola Project, Falling Off a Clef.
Oh, I get it, because that's a music term. He's doing a funny.
Features some material inspired by Transformers, as well as highlights from the score I recently completed with fellow composer Kenny Meredith for a movie called Sci-Fighter. I think I know that movie. I'm hopeful TF fans will view this collection as an effective follow-up to my earlier work. This new material is more orchestral in nature compared to my previous movie work, but a sufficient amount of rock energy is still in place. Also, I'll be performing 2 pieces at this year's opening ceremony on Saturday morning. One of these pieces is a surprise I prepared just for the convention and was not finished in time to make my new CD, but it will definitely be featured on a future release.
Sorry, I just had to look up Sci-Fighter.
Oh. How's it looking?
Just a computer virus has invaded a virtual reality fighting game, leaving a rebellious teen trapped within. Now the boy's father must enter the tainted program and battle his way through a deadly maze of martial arts fighters to save his son.
Get in the tainted program!
Just pull up the IMDb link, my brother.
Here, let me... I'll go to the other browser first. Oh, you got it right there. Never mind. E. Is that Dawn the Dragon Wilson? Oh, and Cynthia
Yes.
Rothrock. And Lorenzo Lamas. This looks amazing.
Women's Special Forces. A perfect blend of modern science and the ancient arts of self-defense.
A perfect blend of modern science and the ancient arts of self-defense.
Why'd you drop the program? I almost had him.
But when Brad Tanaka received this virtual prototype for his 16th birthday,
Who the hell is that?
Jack thought it was just another gift from Grandpa.
Everything appears to be normal.
One of those people is Dawn the Dragon Wilson. The other one is some little Goomba I don't recognize.
Now, it seems they were wrong.
System now operating on backup power supply.
His mind is trapped in the game. You have to find Brad, and you must defeat all the fighters and get to the last level.
Welcome to Sci-Fighter.
That guy's voice is amazing.
A tour
Welcome.
de force ensemble of martial arts heroes. Starring 11-time world kickboxing champion Dawn the Dragon
You
Wilson.
better say his full goddamn
5-time
name.
World Forms champion Cynthia Rothrock. 3rd-degree black belt and 25-year
The
martial
Dragon.
arts veteran Lorenzo Lamas, delivering supercharged.
Lorenzo Lamas mattering in 04 feels weird.
by
Whoa!
the hottest
Whoa! What the I wasn't expecting
with
the song.
25 blazing battles, starring legends in each discipline, from mountaintop to rooftop.
Where's the friggin' Vince DiCola? What the
Experience. Extreme Fighter.
That's not its name.
Oh, I like it when you're
Premiering on DVD. Hell yeah. Okay. That was worth it. This trailer doesn't feel real. Well, it is. It's right here on GodZoneIMDb.com.
Yeah.
Well, I hope... this seems like the kind of movie that either is on Tubi or someone just uploaded to YouTube and nobody cares. I want to try to find I want to know what the Vince DiCola score sounds like. Long was here saying, damn, 2.7 out of 10. That's higher than 2.5.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's two decimal points higher even.
Put some goddamn respect on the math. Seth,
Yes,
what?
it's on Tubi.
It's on to.
Plus
I
four
guessed. I just guessed.
Tubi for free, the Roku channel for free, Amazon Prime Video with subscription, YouTube TV premium subscription, and you can rent it from Fandango at home for $5.
Who the hell is Fandango at home?
I don't know.
Why would I rent from? Seth, that was from 2004, so a solid Godzone 20 years ago. PT, not to be confused with the movie Sci-Fighter Z, starring Rowdy Roddy Piper. Damn. Yeah, that was... I thought that movie looked very 90s until the guy started splitting into 50 clones of himself. Then it's like, oh, That's like some old timey OG like After Effects ass special effects going on.
So there was. So that's probably why it is a different name than in the video, because Sci-Fighter shows up on Wikipedia as in the year 2009. Detective Cameron Grayson is on the trail of Adrian Dunn, his ex-partner and his wife's murderer. Dunn has escaped from the prison on the moon and returned to Earth with a deadly alien virus in 2009. Grayson must hurry to stop Dunn before the virus Dunn is carrying spreads all over the planet. So what's great is this movie was released in 1996, and they thought, 13 years, we're going to have prisons on the moon.
I mean, Clinton years were pretty...
Yeah.
Seth is asking if we remember from 20 years ago the GoBots. I do. I remember Aerobot and Velocibot. What was it called? The classic GoBots. There was the car and the Velociraptor and the plane. Anyway, thank you, Vince DiCola, for eventually leading us, for 20 years ago, 21 years later into discovering the film Sci-Fighter, not plural, / whatever the hell the
Only
other...
one of them.
Yeah. / whatever the other name was, I already forgot. It's got Don the Dragon Wilson in it, so I'll remember that part. Were any of the GoBots voiced by Don the Dragon Wilson? No, I think he was not yet old enough to have been doing his acting gigs by then. We got booklet scans and backstory translation of the Robot Masters paperwork. I'm sure that stuff is somewhere now. If this link doesn't work, Wayback will do it. If not, this is the kind of thing I think has been archived somewheres. We got in-package images of Super Link, Sprung, and Dinobot Magma Type. Lesser name than Doomlock. Transformers.com update. Big update.
That link does work if you want to see some Sprung.
Oh.
Or the lava type. Or magma type.
It's working. Oh, here we go. Oh no, that is just different than Doomlock. That one's just red. Doomlock was a lot more orangey, if I remember right. And Sprung also had like slightly stranger colors. Yeah, like brighter oranges. I always thought that the whatever his name was in America, Bulkhead. I thought the Bulkhead colors were kind of cooler. I remember. But yeah, in Super Link they just called him Springer basically because they were like, who does this look like? It looks like Springer with a mustache. Little known fact, the head sculpt of this guy, if I recall correctly, was based on the dad from Orange County Choppers. That's why he's got the big handlebar. Because, American Chopper or whatever was the talk of the town back then. We also got big news from Transformers.com. The OTFCC schedule is up. Does this PDF work?
No.
It's only a 1 megabyte PDF. Just leave it up, y'all. Just leave it. Whatever folder it's in.
It's on the Hasbro website, though.
I know, but
they just empty that thing out every, 2 years.
They could have just left it up.
And it was not way backed.
Damn it. Now I'll never know what time that weekend something happened. Yeah, Paul Tuttle Sr., that's his name. That's who Bulkhead's mustache is apparently based on, if I remember right. Images of Universe Nemesis Prime in box. Reissue Hound. Size comparison? Oh, next to Alternator's Hound. Alright. Fire Guts Grand Convoy and Black Rodimus Magazine. Yeah, okay, they were lucky draws. Okay. Let's enter. We're not into. We gotta at least enter
We're
August.
Getting there.
Come on. I'm itching for it.
July.
Universe, Soundwave, and Cyberjets auction. So this is the classic way the toys would leak: is they'd show up on eBay. Credit to eBay.com.
Yes, they work very hard for those news credits.
More Universe Prime Nemesis Prime pictures. Oh, here we go. The convention is happening. OTFCC Friday Night Gallery. I assume this will work.
It does. 125 images.
Look at that. Forgot whose statue. All these This is a perfect encapsulation of how much the statues era just like glazed off of me. I don't recognize any of these, and yet I recognize their presence and the pallets of boxes of them in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Like the one dude just leaning on one stack, holding up another stack of boxes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can get a good look at him here. On a 2004 era cell phone, at that.
Mm-hmm. That probably flipped or clicked.
Yeah, or slid.
Maybe.
Possibly.
From the Matrix.
There's Mega Zarak, who was present for the show. It's a good deco.
Mm-hmm.
Never got this one. There is the Wreckers.
Just pallets of them on a box.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Transformers Prowl BotCon. 48 pieces. Here's the Hasbro team display cases. This was like how one of the big draws, right, of BotCons was like you would just get to stare and ogle at these Transformers that are not yet out, and you know the shows were not populated enough that like it was not that hard to like just hang out next to one of these cabinets for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And just
just stare and paw.
Yeah.
What's that in that yellow shirt? Is that a familiar face? Putting toys in? I think I scrolled a little bit past you there.
Okay, I see some of the yellow shirt person. Is that Aaron?
Believe so. I believe that's a young Aaron Archer.
Huh.
He's still in chat with us.
Thought he had shorter hair in 04, but I don't know why. I don't know why I'm thinking that. Hello, Fuzzy Bunny Man. Yeah, it looks like Aaron. Setting up some reissues and stuff. I guess this is because this is Friday.
Yeah.
There are not enough people to be surrounding and go like, hey, can you transform that for me a few times?
Well, this may also be like even pre... Yeah, this is Friday night, so
yeah,
they didn't do anything. Like Friday was dealer setup.
Although one immediately then goes like, so who's taking these photos? But like it's people who have a booth, right? The websites all had booths. Right. The websites had booths, and they had the forethought to, at least as far as I know, not take advantage of their proximity to start going like, hey, just between you and me, can you transform that for me just once? It's just me, man. I'm a vendor. Let's open this photo. Is this open? I'll keep that photo open for if Aaron does come back. So setting up all the reissues. Got some Universe. There's that 4-pack. There's Universe. What was it? Whirl? Was that supposed to be the Euro G1 helicopter redeco?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of Universe stuff. Crystal Widow's just like tipping over. I vaguely recall the Sunstorm. It was like a really tall blister card, wasn't it? Or was it actually a box? I can't remember.
Yes, it was a really tall blister card.
Yeah.
Because it came with the mini cons.
Yeah. Sorry, I like the confidence in these glass shelves of putting all the heaviest toys on the top.
Yeah.
He's gonna be fine. Yeah, it's Energon redecos, some of that 2-pack. I wonder who that is. And the red shirt. Doesn't look familiar.
He looks familiar.
Huh.
But I couldn't tell you.
Oh, here's a front shot on the McDonald's 2-pack.
Some of that early bilingual with Avec.
Yeah.
Quebec.
Avec in its own font color.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Omega Supreme and Wing Saber. Oh, here we go. Here's the... Oh, this is the torso mode for Towline. No Centaur mode yet.
Seibertron in a picture there.
Where? What? Where? Oh, there! Yeah, with the... Yeah.
With the Purdue hat. Things is... He also went to Purdue University, and when I was a freshman there in the residence halls, he was a senior that was like 8 doors down from me, and I did not know about that until years later.
Ha! I want to move this watermark because I can't see his facial features.
On T-formers, get it together.
Adam Bill Moo calling in from Northern Honshu. I hope your trip is going well. Adam Bill Moo is on a big Asia trip with some friends. Not to dox your... Well, I mean, you said...
He said Northern Honshu, so it's not like...
Northern Honshu, Wisconsin.
I was going to say, isn't that the area that just got like 1.5 meters of snow in 12 hours or something crazy?
I did not keep up with that.
Alfie was showing me, since she's now looking at plowing 3 or 4 inches in the next couple of days.
Yeah.
Here in the Midwest. She's like, imagine if I got that. Imagine the amount of overtime I'd have. I'm like, that much snow you just kind of give up on. You're like, yep, it snowed. We're going to wait a bit. We have to wait for the construction equipment to come in and start blasting a hole through the middle of it so we can work around the edges.
Bill Moose saying thanks for the coords. No, make sure you know where you are. You know, we're here to help. The Energon Decepticon lineup here is reminding me. Friend of the channel, live from Diaclona, was starting an Energon watch through, and I was like trying to figure out how to mention some things without spoiling too much. But I was like, how attached are you to some of these characters? It's like, not very. It's like, okay, well, like,
that's a good place to be.
Got some of the 2-part gut ties here. Yeah, we got GD Slalom going, hey, Energon Inferno, I hope he's okay. Yeah, he's going to be fine. Only in Superlink do they have an episode called Sayonara Inferno, so, like, you know, I'm sure everything's going to be fine over here.
He's just going to live in farm upstate. That's why he's leaving.
Well, I mean, famously, whatever happens to him, he's fine an episode or 2 later. This was my favorite, actually. One of my favorite shots is, like, seeing the Ziplocs and bubble wrap that all this stuff would ship in, because, like, some of it was just, like, Paint Masters. Some of it, you could almost still see the curing process happening on the paint, on the very corners. There's a Seibertron. That's a clear Eric Seibertron. Look at that, with that Energon Optimus Nerf blaster thingy.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Nerf one, right? Shot darts? Or did that one just make noises?
I don't know if that one was Nerf. I mean, they're Hasbro, so it could have been Nerf. But no, I actually saw that at the Toy Pit in Indianapolis.
Oh, like recently?
Like 3 weeks ago. It looks like it has a Nerf darts thing on top of it.
Yeah.
It's holding a dart on top of it. So, yes, I saw one of them in a package so crushed that it probably would have looked better if they just took it out of the package. One of those, you know what I'm talking about? Because it was like an open-sided package, because you want to see the thing. And it looks like it had been sat on by multiple children and an elephant.
It's like the crinkles of this cardboard are doing no favors to the plastic within. Yeah, Chris Carnage. It wasn't Nerf branded, he's saying, but Nerf tech. Yeah, that's what I meant. Can't remember who this is. This is Junior's Toy World. Here's a classic. Hey, look, it's Bill's Toys and Games.
Yeah.
Everything's gonna be fine.
Just fine.
But yeah, for
Perfectly fine.
those who want to see like a Unicron trilogy era dealer room, there was so much Superlink,
Yeah. And also, as like the Bill's Toys and Game shows, like stuff that was collector based, that's probably what you're looking at here, is just rows of it.
Yeah.
Rows of the mini bots, rows of each thing, because if you don't have a Toys R Us, you're not getting it.
Look at all the Megatron reissues.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah. Because those aren't even at Toys R Us.
yeah. Now, this is still, in my opinion, the best reissue run they ever did, having these book style
Yes.
boxes,
Yes.
designed to
They
be spine viewed.
Looked so good on on your shelves as the boxes, and the Japanese versions of them had like tear out pages,
Yeah.
and there were people that did the tear out page thing and just ripped those pages out of your otherwise nice sealed box toys, and then you could put them in a binder.
Yeah, binder came with Convoy because he had the trailer size box.
Mm-hmm.
They had just the right amount of austerity for like these are reissues of historical toys type stuff. You could little known thing, I think, you could take the insert out and invert it, and it was meant to be like a stand for
Yes.
the alt mode. Like they were so nice. Reissues are reissues. As long as you're getting the toy you want, that's the important thing. But these were the only time I think that like every inch down to the packaging was important. Like it even had the kind of bubble that was a removable shell, so you could re-put your toy back in and display or in or out of the. Like it was so thoughtful.
Like the Diaclone bubbles still are.
Yeah. No, these ones weren't even clip clam shells. They were just like fitted, if I remember correctly. Like it was super slick. Yeah, like you didn't have to click it.
Okay.
So
I think I only have like Optimus Prime, Megatron, and one other left.
Okay, yeah.
When Andy Rue got butt cancer, that was the thing that sold easy and fast.
Yeah, the cars at least I remember, like Prowl and Jazz, etc. It was more like a formed top shell and a formed bottom shell that just slid together and then went into the box.
Yeah. That much I remember. I thought that it also had some sort of stiction ability there that kept it all together.
Yeah, I think it was just meant because those boxes were also heavy card stock. Like they were heavy duty.
Yeah, they weren't card stock. They were like legit cardboard
with embossing, if I remember right too. Like whoa, like that's just like I don't expect that to ever happen again because that's just like lushness of materials. Also, just being more of it. Amazon hadn't cornered the market on cardboard yet.
These boxes are the reason why BotCon went to like the board game boxes.
Yeah,
maybe, I don't know.
Well, no, they had also been doing those for G.I. Joe. That was like FunPub's whole thing. I think Savage had just a connection to someone who could make, what's the word for it? Where they're wrapped in the glossy material. Because they were like decal wrapped cardboard boxes, like a nice board game box with the foam inserts, like all that stuff. As far as I know, it was just something that Brian Savage had arranged for G.I. Joe, and I think he used the same connection.
I would assume so.
Oh yeah. Alexa
like
Silver
he generated a whole new collection for G.I. Joe.
Alexa Silver, that's the other thing I remember. Yeah, the thing that is not nice about those boxes is that you had to have the guns all perfectly lined up. That was like a whole part of the play pattern for me back then, was trying to carefully align all the like Datsun pieces in their little pseudo tray humps so that the thing would come together properly. Anyway, here's some more of the cases, the roleplay weapons, these friggin' people playing with toys.
Degenerates.
Unbelievable. It's 04, so seeing a bunch of Beast Machines and Beast Wars mint on card, this was kind of the tail end of the era where you could just get Beast era kind of inexpensively at conventions, at BotCon specifically, / OTFCCs. Is that a bunch of?
And those are like those were the battle charger things.
Oh yeah, Shay and the other one.
Yeah.
The chariot things. Yeah.
Yeah. Battle for the Spark, the Hammerhead in there. Good toy.
Good toy.
Good toys.
Yeah.
Man, anybody that talks trash about Beast Machines, they got to be real specific, or else they're gonna catch hands.
I mean, to this day, Beast Machines is a chattable. Actually, to its credit, I think, very discussable show and toy line. Seth saying, remember when Transformers had play gimmicks because they still thought they could sell to kids? Yeah. I mean, you get them now, sort of, but not the same way. You just get entire sublines of like finger puppets or that really interesting idea that didn't work that Aaron bought, the Flex Formers.
Yeah. Yeah, that it could have been something.
Like, you know, what's a 1.5 step changer kind of idea, except like it sounds like it didn't work. Universe stuff. That I remember that Cobra Decepticon logo shirt being like a whole thing throughout the aughts.
Crossover, man. Trash box.
I'm guessing these might be from the Hasbro booth because this is like stuff that they would display behind the figures. There's that 2-pack again. You can kind of see the box that Armada, was it Megas 2-pack, I guess, came in. I just don't remember it. That's Sam's Club exclusive. I don't remember it very well.
Yeah.
There's some people. There's some statues. I'm so glad there's like some visual evidence of the statues era, because like nobody wanted them. There's a Wheeljack that I don't even know if they ever produced. Devil's Due. Oh, there's the Dreamwave booth. Just a couple art prints. Kids playing with toys is so weird. So true, Seth. I don't know how I feel about it. I think that's a Pat Lee there. I think that's an Alex Milne.
That might be.
Before everything went awful.
With that same club shirt that everybody had.
Yeah, the Optimus Megatron club shirt.
That I think I may still have somewhere.
Here's the Megatron one right here.
Yep.
Adam Bill Moo, Dreamwave, I feel good about their future. Well, I mean, Pat Lee's podcast about sensing the future and spirits could tell you everything. Bill Moo's the one who heads me up to the Pat Lee spirituality podcast, which I haven't found or listened to. I don't know if I really want to. Do you think that they used do you think they ever changed that sign, Aaron? That BigBadToyStore.com sign?
I was looking at it, and that looks like it's the wrong font.
Okay.
It's a thing that momentarily triggered my brain just a tiny bit. It's like, that font's wrong. Is this a knockoff? This is the Temu version?
So I just feel like that banner was like, I feel like they were even using it in the 2010s. Like
maybe.
No smoking, obviously. Here's another actually great shot of another dealer room spread from the mid-aughts. Like, just Beast era, car robots. This is when all of it was just enough years old that it was getting a bit cheaper, because this was overstock now.
Mm-hmm.
Got some.
Well, yeah, because this is all Big Bad. This is them.
Yeah.
Like they're bringing their like older clearance sales stuff out to get rid of it.
Got some Yamato Macross up there in the austere black boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of diorama is going to get set up. All right, this is exciting. This means that we might get to see a few more images from. This is the show This is one of the shows I never went to. It's the first one I technically missed. Let's see, comic stuff from OTFCC. Scans of the bios. Friday night preview gallery. This seems to kind of work. one of these works, then all three. Okay, I think that their gallery is still working. It's Professor Smooth and Glenn Hallett. Holy crap. That's a very mid-2000s necklace on Glenn Hallett.
Mm-hmm.
Take it easy, Robot Lore Keeper. So this is stuff we already saw. I'm gonna peek into the Saturday one. Have a flip through that too. This is the Mr. Optimus Prime. We talked about this a couple streams back. Yeah. This is that dude who is not the one that... He's not the one who committed the crime that we thought for a sec was his story's ending. That was a different guy who had the same original name that was then changed to Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
Mr. Optimus Prime and Seibertron Ryan. Here's Alpha Q. The Alpha Q.
A whole bunch of photos of Alpha Q.
This is the, yeah, a whole bunch of angles on Alpha Q. Very attainable toy now, compared to, well, I think he's become so niche. I think that, like, as far as I know, this is not as difficult to come across as some other stuff from the era. Chris Muse, this is Alpha Q from Superlink.
Yeah.
Alexis Silver, the premier shelf warmer of 2004. Yeah. I guess this is where we saw the Galvatron-colored Galvatron / Megatron, because he's Galvatron in Superlink, so that has all kinds of cross neurons in my head. Oh, they showed the Constructicons at this show, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the G1 color one of this.
Combiner.
A Gestalt parentheses combiner.
Yeah.
T-Fanpage 101 calling me out. It's true. I'm talking about robot toys again. So this is our first good look at, the Constructicon Gestalt Builderon in Superlink, which was an exclusive. The other two were easier to get. But I had to pay $99 for Builderon. And we got the big high wire.
Yeah.
And the G.I. Joe kicker. I have this. My kicker is not disintegrated, but I also did not touch him for at least 15 years. So it may just be, you know, the molecules are holding together until I bump him someday.
In which case it'll just evaporate like a dandelion in the wind.
Yeah. Here's combined form of Grimlock and Swoop. Sort of an endearing toy in hindsight now. Like I feel like a lot of people, it's not that people think this looks amazing so much as people have warmed up to what this is.
Mm-hmm.
Seth reminding us everyone loved Kicker. True. Kika! This is a 6-inch titanium, I think? Oh, no.
Combiner.
They're just calling Energon Grimlock War Within inspired, which is generous, I would say. I see it, kind of. But it's also very generous.
I remember people being very upset with Swindle being... Wasn't Swindle the first release of the Jeep? Or was that the Dead End?
No, it was Dead End was the original one. And
I remember that first wave, people being very upset that it was the Decepticon before the obvious version of the Autobot.
Oh, because also
the
communication was there are currently no plans to actually do this as Sunstreaker. Vinyl Tech is going to write storyline for it, but currently this is only Dead End, and people were like, "Yeah, what?" And then it was like, it wasn't until Vinyl Tech Asterisk, I think, that we got the Sunstreaker version.
Can't remember how it was in the Vinyltech releases.
I'm skipping over some of the combiner pictures because like the Energon combiners in this month were the hottest thing. Like, oh my god, combiners are back. But over the course of just 5 years, through Revenge of the Fallen, I think they saturated marketplaces so much that like it's hard to garner excitement looking at them now. I feel. I still like them. I think they're very neat for what they're trying to do. It's a shame that they were just the show basically did what the Machinima series did to combiners first, which is that it's just a big guy.
Yeah.
And there's only 3 of them. And that's it.
Yeah.
And it's in the gimmick joke episode where they actually do a combination, but otherwise it's just a guy.
This page explains which statue company that was.
Oh,
Palisades.
there we go.
Because Palisades had the statue, Hard Hero had the busts.
Yeah. But didn't Hard Hero do a Unicron statue infamously? That was like really big?
Maybe.
Because I could have sworn it was them who did the Unicron. Oh, Akan Lord, no worries. I didn't notice the triple... I see evidence of the triple repost, but I didn't see the triple repost. Here's that diorama they were setting up. So they were going for... this. I like this more than what they had in Tokyo. This like going on a moon base feels way more in theme with the actual show.
Yeah.
Griff with Bildron's legend. It wasn't just transform, it was transform specifically. Bildron's, at least Bildron in Superlink. I never remember how the dub actors did it, but the Japanese Seiyu threw in a guffaw through the prolonged vowel noise that was very like oddly uncomfortable to listen to. ReproLabels.com. Yo, Captured Prey was around back in 04. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know Nick and Ben off the top of my head, but there's Seibertron's buddies Nick and Ben. I don't recognize the Repro Labels folks, but I can only see 3/4 of someone's face.
Yeah.
All right, then that takes us to the Sunday photos, of which there are less. The Hartmans were at OTFCC. Yeah, it's the Hartmans and Mr. Optimus Prime. I think Captured Prey still is around in some form. Wait, what did I just do? How did that... Professor Smooth at the dealer table.
Yeah. Again, with some boards would just get dealer tables so that they could sell stuff, and then your group would have an easy place to gather and then attack other tables because
throw paper balls.
Yeah.
While people are hunting for this rare just-released figure, Seibertron.com is busy preparing to give away the alternators for free! What's their raffle?
Like if you bought posters.
Every 1 poster or every 5 comics you buy, you get a raffle ticket. Sick. Velkai says, Captured Prey has been gone for years, sadly. Dang! I could not remember. I know that Captured Prey dude was hanging around a bit and was still like participating, but I lost track now that I'm thinking about it. I think that was primarily on the Facebook end of things for me, and I just don't read Facebook much anymore. Especially now. It's all meted up. 2004 Scott McNeil. Looks the same as ever.
I think he still wears that same cowboy hat.
Yep. Well, he sometimes has a black one.
It's just no, it's black now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a patina. It builds. Here's Michael McConaughey, who's also a voice staffer for RID. Dan Gilvezan, 20 years ago. T-Fan page, 2004. Vangelus dreams of making video-based content on an unheard-of platform online. In 04, I was like, I'm going to make animations about my City of Heroes character. Like, that was what I was always thinking I was going to do. Dan Gilvezan and Michael McConaughey hanging out. Michael McConaughey is always such a nice guy. I remember in 05, he asked a bunch of us to go to the table of that kid from the Energon or Seibertron toy commercials, because nobody knew who the kid was, and nobody was asking him for autographs. And the G1 Voice of Tracks was like, hey, could you guys go over and just, like, ask him for an autograph? Such a nice guy. Got some fellow Seibertronians posing for camera.
Yeah, there's a lot of them through there.
Anyone recognize was anyone there? Is this you? Is this you? Not a bad Spider-Man shirt. Oh, they got a reissue Megatron. Oh, like, look, I have a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't do that in a dealer room show floor anymore myself. Innocent times. Here's the OTFCC exclusive that you cannot buy. This is the packaging that it never came out in.
Yep.
Ooh. This part's fascinating in hindsight.
Yeah. I wonder how much that packaging would be worth.
Like, this has
Like,
got to be in
that
someone's...
one example. Yeah.
So, who do you think ended up with this? You think Glenn Hallett has this, or did this make its way over to Sinclair/Hartman's?
I have no idea. I don't know if that was if that individual one would have been Hasbro's, or if that one would have been Hallett's, or what.
Yeah. I'm curious. Here's some crowd shots of people who entered the raffle, so you can see what people looked like 20 years ago. I don't know.
Raffle being pulled by Mr. Optimus Prime again. Totally a celebrity by name change.
Yeah, this was the heart of the era.
Yeah. Which, like, the dude's reasonings for it and everything is not bad, but it was just like, oh my god, it just now, Aaron, I don't know, 21 years old, jaded, more seeing that, just being like, that's just a trip to the courthouse, man. I don't.
Yeah. Dojatron was the winner. If you're out there, Dojatron, do you still have your alternators that you won? Also, great comment from Dynamo Dave 2002. Wow, people wore jeans. Yeah, just jeans-ass jeans. This was baggy era still. This is when you could wear cargo pants and people would be like, "Oh yeah, good pockets." Yeah.
Yeah.
And T-Fan Page 101 saying, "Man, nerd fashion hasn't really evolved." Correct.
Yeah.
The mid-aughts to me is when your general average citizen fashion started to kind of culturally homogenize. Jeans got tighter, but like the thing about a crowd shot from 20 years ago at a Transformers show, you could dress like you could see someone dressed like this now at a fan expo or a TFCon or anything.
Yeah, if you took that photo, and I mean, what would you have to do? You'd have to cover the Bills Toys and Games logo in the background.
Yeah,
and that could be just, hey, somebody's got a bunch of sealed alternators still.
And a really bad camera. And
yeah, well, I mean,
PT saying Dojatron was last seen online on TFW on May 21st, 2024.
probably still alive then.
Yeah, hopefully. Black Mega Man, were vendors back in the day still trying to overcharge people at cons back in the day? Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that goes back to like the 70s, if not earlier, y'all. That's
Yeah. When did conventions start?
yeah.
A day after that is when vendors started overcharging.
Yeah. No, I mean, you could find funny... every convention would have at least one funny table that people wouldn't buy from. They would look at it and then leave the room, meet with their friends and saying, did you see the table with the... And everyone... There would always be one of those.
Yeah.
Oh, we got some Aaron Archer here. Wait, what's this? The Seibertronian Brotherhood continues. That's adorable. Aaron Archer, a.k.a. Orson. Whoa, doxing.
Yeah, come on.
Takes down the Transformers display. T-Fan page. I was dumb hating TFs in 04. Ah, you know, you had your tastes. You had your tastes. Hindsight is 20/20, as they say. The day has ended. This is what a convention looks like when it's being taken down. What are you guys waiting for? We have to be out by 6. I wonder if this was a subtweet.
Well, that's Seibertron's booth.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So there, yeah.
Was this him taking this photo because everyone else had left, and he was like, "MF, where the hell?
Yeah.
Just by myself."
Direct. Oh, so this is interesting. Actually, looking at the side of one of these Rush materials, it is like from here going to Comic-Con.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, he's shipping to San Diego Comic-Con. Yeah, because that was, what was it? Within a week or so of this?
Yeah, it was. I think it was like a week or two later. Yeah.
That's wild. Just big wood pallet boxes, too.
Mm-hmm.
Or, straight up crates. What am I saying? It says crate right here.
Yeah.
I do like that they put a brand label on each one.
Well, yeah, because that's probably the thing that's the header
Yeah.
of the or it's supposed to be the header of the box, so that they can know, like, okay, this is the Energon one, this is the whatever.
I could just
And if it
imagine...
was smart, they probably would have tossed like the cardboard box with the bubble wrapped Ziploc bagged pieces into it as well.
I could just imagine a version, though, of a Hasbro where they're like, we don't have enough, we're not budgeting to print these little signs, just open them all. Just take another 2 hours before the show starts. Adam Billamu, crates were all the rage in 2004. Yeah, I remember. I used to wear crates. T-Fan page 101. At this convention, didn't they have a mother yell in the speaker, "Get home now," and the show cleared an hour? I'm not sure. This is the only convention of the aughts, of the official ones, I didn't go to because I went to unofficial BotCon in 04. I couldn't do both. They were too close. But yeah, that was the convention season.
SDCC was so chaotic. It still is from anything I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, Mirai Baby is from whom I got all of my most, like, juicy war stories of attempting to helpfully mule toys for people, and why one does not do that after enough years of people being very unappreciative of all the...
Yeah. If you've got a mule of that type, you make sure to pay them well because they worked hard.
Yeah, you don't wait till they've already done the 4 hours of work and then go like, actually, can you give me free shipping?
Yeah.
Since I'm getting a bunch of things, can you give me a deal?
Shipping's like $2 more than what you quoted 3 months ago. I think you're trying to go back on our deal.
Can you just give me like $5 less because you got me 3 things? And free shipping? Take it easy, Chris Carnage. T-Fan page, that's right. Me and Aaron both went to Temu BotCon. Temu's 2004 BotCon. You got a prototype gallery of Alternator Grimlock. I'm assuming that came from eBay. Mini Alternator confirmed by Mini UK? No. But what did we think back then? Oh, I remember, yeah, the saga of the Mini Alternator. So apparently there was a denial, but then TF at the Moon from the BMW Group. We are not aware of an official BMW product available, but are aware of the Hasbro model, which is available in the US. What a nonsensical answer.
Yeah. They were probably like, yeah, I think they're doing something, and it's like the BMW financial services person. Like,
oh, yeah. Mirai says, I don't think I was underappreciated, just like 30 toys for 27 people. No, dog, you got... I distinctly remember at least one person was, like, severely unhumble.
Yeah, I think you probably had a good job of having good customers for that action. I remember seeing people, like, getting fired up that they couldn't get deals on SDCC stuff because they thought that it should be cheaper.
I could have sworn you had mentioned at some point there was just like some particularly like stunningly unhumble person, and it set me off because I was like I have been to New York Comic-Con, and at the time New York Comic-Con was only just becoming the one that was even more nuts because it was like more packed. And I got heated because I was like they should be paying you like an extra $20 for the friggin' physical labor of not getting trampled by a crowd. There we go. Fort Max with a test shot review of Energon Steamhammer. So this is OG early reviews. Was someone would get a test shot and then post text with photos. Because they probably got the test shot off of like an eBay seller. Lex Silver, I muled 2 clenches from last year's TFCon. I mean, hell yeah. If you're able to do the muling and you're helping friends out, like hell yeah. It's like there can come a time where one is muling enough that like you end up having like people whose unappreciation becomes what I would call vulgar for the effort. Yeah, okay, Mira baby. Oh wait, I remember that nutcase. I just gave them free shipping because I'm too nice, TM. Okay, yeah, I always remember like just like bits and pieces of a story of some like absolute vulgarity, unhumble person going like, you know, you are merely the proxy through which I am acquiring this item, kind of nonsense. And it's like, what if I friggin' like open the box and spit in it first?
Oh, to a question much higher up the chat there, Mayoral Fabrication, yes, we will be at TFCon LA this year. We will be probably doing a panel similar to what you're seeing right now.
Yes, so far, I am going to TFCon LA. Aaron is definitely going. And so far, it sounds like we have a panel about the 2004 news dives happening. Won't know for sure until the schedule goes up. The only reason I'm a little hesitant about it is mostly because of world events. I'm less scared of flying now, thanks to friends in aeronautics. But I just don't... I want to say I intend to go. Because, like, we still have an entire month, right? I gotta stay liquid, as I have said before. Amira, yeah, you muled Canada stuff to me before. I got a, what was it? The Destro from you. Bill Moo, I bought Vangelus's clench once. I vaguely recall this. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Exclusive Energon weapons galleries from OTFCC. Is this work?
Purple and blue spears.
We get to know the colors! Hell yeah! There you go. These are the OTFCC ones.
I think these are 2 that I have that I got at some point in time.
I love the instruction square.
Yeah. Smash them together, you nerd.
And hey, they go with Mega Zarak. Actually, they match him pretty well.
Yeah, that blue's a good color match.
Yeah. Press. It would be 7 years until I got my first press badge. Updates from the Hasbro panel. Seibertron will be the Fall 05 line. And then they previewed the Energon Combiners, G1 Starscream, G1 Color Starscream, and Alpha Q. There is currently no script for the live-action movie, and Hasbro want it to be good. I mean, yeah, They're not going to be like,
Yeah.
I want it to suck.
Could you make a mediocre movie for all the money that we're putting into this?
They wouldn't have that thought process until the second movie. Ooh. Yeah, that Destro from the first live-action G.I. Joe movie, they made a really lavish Man in the Iron Mask Destro exclusive. I have a review up for it with a whole, like, attempt at a Destro accent at the beginning. It's very old. So we got the galleries. The slideshow is just going to probably be stuff we saw. And Omega Sentinel.
Yeah, we kind of jumped ahead on all the OTFCC stuff.
This is where they unveiled the Universe Piranhacon, Piranha King set with Archerbot. This thing became a saga, didn't it? I recall that, like, the recolor one either never came out or it didn't come out for a while, but it eventually morphed into that BBTS exclusive Piranha King with the really bad stickers.
Yeah. I think so, yeah. Another thing that was kind of abandoned.
Yeah, like something that became...
Because I don't think it was ever a Walmart exclusive.
No.
Or if it was only like paper Walmart?
I remember, because it had orange and stuff on it, and then it was like, it was just hopping along the chain as like this thing that might exist eventually. For like
a thing we could do, and somebody expressed kind of interest. That's why we have them.
I just remember possibly multiple years. This thing was always like it's gonna come out now, and then like the retailer partner would bail on it. And it's gonna come out now. The retailer partner would bail on it.
Well, Case is saying it was in stock for a long time on the club store.
Yeah, well, was that the eventual like these color one, as opposed to the G1 one? I mean, we could go check, obviously, for info. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head. Got some Seibertron toy line and cartoon info. On boards.allspark. That's hella dead. All right, never mind. Let's see. We got Takara and Binaltech. Oh, this is the Predaking. Is this the Predaking reissue? I thought that happened years later.
This is saying Takara and Binaltech figures. And all the rest of those are Binaltech. So I wonder if Predaking was some other misnamed thing. What came out alongside Grimlock?
I don't remember.
Unless that maybe is Predaking.
Maybe there was more than one reissue, and I'm just forgetting this one. Because I remember around 2010, there was the Predaking reissue that was like a box set with a handle. Reissue Skids has been released. Some more of the pictures.
I like how it's a question mark with somebody saying that they've found one and bought one.
Someone in Connecticut says that they bought it. No proof. This is cute. Wow, what a wild day today. First time being a dealer. It's a ton of work. My legs are sore on that cement. Oh, a cement floor would kill me. I went to a fencing tournament like that once, where it was just a cement floor with a carpet on it, and like my tailbone ended up hurting for like 3 days afterwards, because all the impacts went up my legs into my butt, basically.
It all just went straight to your coccyx.
Yeah, and then I was just like, man, this kind of sucks to lunge on. But then the next day, it all erupted into raw pain, and I was like, I can't sit down without screaming. Velkai says Takara did a normal reissue of Predaking before 2010. Okay, that must be it then. Thank you. Let's see, 22. Here we go. We're crossing the Rubicon. We're closing in.
Well, it's August 24th is where we pick back up in the timeline.
I don't think we're going to make the connection this time, but we're closer.
Yes.
So we got some OTFCC galleries.
Ooh, art room with some blurry art photos to start off the thing.
Ooh. Any clear photos though? That's dude. Why are we doing this?
Well, because they probably only had the tiny display on the back of the camera in order to tell
Yeah, true.
what the photo is. It's like, it's good enough. Ship it. We got to get this out because this is like timeline-wise, this is during the show.
Yeah.
So this is probably on expensive hotel internet because it's 2004. Paying
Yes.
$15 a night or whatever for the internet, like you do.
I'm going to remember these shapes, and hopefully there's a clear shot of this stuff. Okay, here's some of it. So here's some fan art submissions to the official Transformers show in 04. If you recognize any of the artist's work in here, give us a yell. Like, this is lush. This framed piece here.
Mm-hmm.
That's some good presentation. Hey, what's up, Artino? We're going through the official Transformers Collectors Convention 2004 photos that we were able to find. Got an Energon RC photo here, so I guess that toy was known at this point.
A lot of customs.
This charcoal-looking stuff here with the Grimlock and the Starscream is also kind of lush.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's on a black medium. It's a nice black and white here. I love these ones that are framed. Like, I don't know, it's just the extra little touch from the artist is doing something for me. Maybe it's a bit of a visual cheat too, but...
Well, yeah, of course that's going to look like there's more effort in it than an 8.5 by 11 print.
Or something like this, right? Not just a frame, but like also having the negative space like bezel.
Hmm.
Is that Alpha Q down here? No, that's not. I just saw weird green shapes. Made assumptions.
What is that? Something over...
There's an Energon Megatron on the bottom left. Yeah. Energon Unicron up there. That is Alpha Q! That little coily thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Nemesis Prime. This Nemesis Prime actually looks kind of sick. Like with the Dark Star Saber.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a costume. I like the cop aviators on the Prowl costume. That's like a nice touch.
Nice way to hide eyes.
Long Bumblebee!
Yeah.
You know that. Where's a missing link? Catch up. Where's friggin' wake up?
As I was kind of scrolling quicker than you, I'm like, oh no, this wasn't early customs. I remember there being better. Oh yeah, okay, it gets better. Yep, nope, that was just the first one to the left. This is somebody trying to do a Bumblebee's Alternator.
Yeah,
probably.
with like a tiny little arc there as a lump next to him.
Mm-hmm.
These are just someone's toys?
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Maybe they have like some metallic paint on them?
I can't read the card. Yeah, I don't know if it was like a improved paint.
Let's see. Optimal Optimus suit was actually a pretty common custom back in the day. Because this mold was kind of all over the place. That Galvatron's kind of wild. I wonder if that's just a scratch build.
Maybe.
Or is that a Pretender?
That's got the thighs of a Pretender.
Yeah. Oh, that little Razor Claw kind of rules. Oh, wait, this is just friggin' Zoids.
Oh yeah.
It's got all the red polycappy things.
Yeah. How about the moose?
Is there a better shot of them? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, the next.
Oh, that rules. Oh, I wish this was
blurry,
crisper.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Paradron Medic repaint of Energon RC. I want a better shot of the moose.
The next one's kind of a better, even though it's not the target.
Oh,
Moose
it's
isn't the target. That one's crisp at least.
It's Mach Kick. I see now.
Yeah.
Okay. That little It's like slender Ironhide's kind of fascinating. It looks like it's made out of a Gundam. G2 Breakdown. That's kind of cute as an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that moose kind of rules. Oh, that's a cool bludgeon. That's out of Combat Hero Megatron.
Yeah.
Constructicon Armada Smokescreen, I'm guessing. This other, like, kind of...
Shot?
Oh, that actually kind of works.
Yeah.
I was looking at this little other VW here. This green VW with the big pop shell.
Mm-hmm. Is that the GoBot?
It could be. It might be like Bug Bite.
Bug Bite, but done, like the back's transformed weird.
Oh, Griff is saying that it looks like it's made out of a GoBot's Bug Bite. So with the pop top, they turned the pop top head into a backpack and then put like a Transformers head there. What is this weight of the world thing?
Diorama.
It's a neat looking like Optimus custom out of a Rid Prime.
Yeah, and then just make a Seibertron to pose.
Yeah. Oh, hey, this is kind of cool. Emperor Starscream out of Galvatron.
Mm-hmm.
I like Dinobot in a can. That's cute. Do we... Maybe I just miss it. I feel like this kind of like featured, populated artist contest kind of thing doesn't feel like it happens as much.
Yeah, the last couple of years, I think I've looked for it at TFCon, and it's been smaller and smaller.
Yeah, like Artist Alley exists, but like this kind of like contest feature, kind of thing.
Just, hey, bring in some of your customs that you want to display, and we'll have an award for it.
Yeah,
because I know that Stu for a while was still like making
the trophies
like
and stuff,
the trophies for it, but
yeah. These alternator seekers, like, a little clunky, but a neat idea.
Yeah. Well, especially because at this point there's like what, 4 alternators out.
Yeah.
In total, we've not had the whole line.
And people were excited about the idea of alternators like just growing out of cast.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like just show accurate repaints, maybe, or just painted a bit better. Like there's a Unicron painted to look like G1. This would eventually just be a toy that they did. Hey, is this like missing link here? These Constructicons? Is there a better shot of them? Oh, damn.
Not really.
They're like off to the side. They look like G1 with joints.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cool. This is a bunch of SCF repaints. I kind of remember this theme where someone would just have a ton of like repainted PVC, like mega PVCs or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Heroes of Seibertron. This kind of just looks good. It's like pink triple takeover, I guess.
Yeah. That seems to be the theme.
Autobot X. A Macross toy, demonstrably. Yeah. What is this?
Red Swoop.
Yeah, there's an X9 looking Ravage type in the top corner here.
Mm-hmm.
This is a Nemesis Prime out of like, I think this is the Armada Optimus like flashlight. Like the little like one piece thing you lay down.
Yeah.
There's an Impactor out of a Heroes Megatron, because there's a Rid version of that, I think, that got around.
Whole diorama stuff there to the
left. Griff is saying, I think that Emperor Starscream custom was based on an old Photoshop I did. Could be. Like out of Energon Megatron. Look at this. Someone's like, look, I did a semi 3D perspective Autobot logo on an Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah.
That's so
available
cool.
for auction. Just don't shake it.
Don't bump it. Stuff
I
like
paid $500 for this etch. Oh no!
I sneezed. Achoo! The line work on the Shockwave is kind of just gorgeous.
Yeah.
That's really, really good. Some better shots of some of these still pieces. How did they try? Fuzzy Buzzy Man, I want to think they just did it on, like, the Friday night or something. Like, they just hung out in the lobby doing their Etch-a-Sketch thing, and we're like, alright, submission's ready. Baby Beast Wars. This is adorable. Who's this by? I can kind of see Valerie Morrison.
Prints for sale.
Oh, hell yeah. What is this? Is this Victory stuff? Hey, timely. They got a HasLab for this dude now.
Yeah. Perfect timing.
Better look at the Alpha Q. Alexis Silver says, I recognize that Baby Beast Wars. Yeah, I wonder if that artist is, like, all these artists, I keep wondering, like, I wonder if they're still active. I wonder, like, if this is some of their early work, and, like, you know, would they look back on this fondly? This Energon Mirage here is so friggin' lush. Like, I love this piece.
Mm-hmm.
What is this?
The red edge highlighting.
Yeah, it's like clean.
Mm-hmm.
There's I think Spy Changer type stuff on the little frame piece here, because that's like a Hero Optimus. Is this some Starscream Skywarp shipping art? Hell yeah. I'm just assuming because they're sitting together. I think
don't see their hands that are on the near side of each other. They could be holding them.
That Jetfire is the 6-inch titanium one too. He's got the deranged asymmetry on the shoulders.
Oh yeah.
Because I think they're both 6-inch titaniums. Because that's the very white Starscream. Maybe a better look at some of this. Yeah, that is totally a GoBot.
Yeah.
Slightly. Oh, you can see the little quick strike in the Optimal Optimus suit back there.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, that Alternator's Bumblebee is freaking gigantic. I love it. And this kind of just pile of repaints. This is kind of cool. The windshield wiper bit on the Snowcat.
Yeah. Gone through some very muddy water.
Griff, I think this is what you were talking about. Here's another slightly better look at it. The friggin' bloody Star Saber as well. Kind of amazing that this didn't have to sculpt anything. Like, this is just paint work.
Mm-hmm.
Color layout. Yeah, I could imagine if you did a Digibash, this might have just been like, hey, I'm going to try to realize this. If that's the case, I hope they at least, like, sent a message.
Nah, that's early internet. If it's on the internet, it's free. Just take it.
I was inspired by something I saw online. Let's see. This is Ryan Seibertron going like, dang, I had fun. That's good. That stuff is cute. There's a convention conversation forum to keep the vibe alive. Yeah, this is
try to eliminate that post-con crash, and it just makes it worse.
This is also indicative of the scale of like 2004. I couldn't believe how many people from the site were at the show. I spoke to at least 40 or 50.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot, but like also in the vein of Transformers fandom websites now, like that's also kind of like
a rounding error.
It's very cute compared to like where things would go. All right, so this is just previewing the tracks exists. What the
Oh, this is a whole lot more of that, like
Super enormous.
machine translated / different generations of code where apostrophes turn into 4 characters.
This is an event they had called Transformers Generation Zero, and I'm sure someone else has written about how that event went. I don't even want to try. I don't even want to try all this. Guest of song. TF, I get this KNAC legendary subject song, Rhinoceros Kick Rubber. Can't even begin to imagine.
That's got to be great machine translating too.
Yeah. Griff says, I've had a few people make customs based on my Photoshops. Most of them did say something at least. Hell yeah.
That's good.
Let's see. UK Energon Toys update is that they're getting some. Yeah, Europe for Transformers in this era was horrible. Artwork for the Energon Dinobots. News on 4th Energon Gestalt. Oh, I remember this. Yeah. A 4th Gestalt will be seen in the cartoon and summarily killed within the first episode. There will be no toys. What came from the Hasbro panel. That was just another Superion. There was a monocolor Superion that you kind of see in a fuzzy background shot, and then it gets shot and blows up. Aaron, how are you feeling now that we're at the top of this page?
Feeling good.
Want to do another page?
Do 1 or 2 more. Yeah.
All right. 21. You say 21? I got 22. By the way, someone said apparently the HasLab Lio Kaiser has reached 50% funding. So we're... Apparently, what I read is, according to the people who make graphs of these things, it's going better than Victory Saber, just not as well as Deathsaurus or Omega Prime. It's probably still going to happen. But
yeah. There will miraculously be just enough to get it across the line, if nothing else, towards the end, as retailers jump in, or retailers, wink, jump in at the end.
Yeah, there's the retailer hump yet to come. There's also the international hump yet to come. Everything from Takara Tomy Ball, for instance, all those pre-orders. They have not... Yeah. They always blop them in near the end. Not to summon up like the horrific monkey's paw or anything. It's just that like evidence has shown me that it is unlikely that Lio Kaiser will not fund, and it is highly unlikely that even if he only barely funds, it's highly unlikely that we don't get Death Cobra and the Nunchaku. Death Cobra, in fact, I would say we are getting, as the last time they had like. Deathsaurus did not make it to the point of funding Peepo here and Boater. Yet, within days of the thing ending, they went like, hey, we're going to make Peepo and Boater anyway. It's like, yeah, of course you are. So it's just crowdfunding psychology being wielded by executives who don't understand what crowdfunding is, but they understand the psychology. It happens in board games a lot. You know, you look at CMON campaigns ever.
Yeah.
they stretch goal embossing the box, and it's like, yeah, I know that you're going to have an embossed box. You haven't even considered the notion of not embossing the box. You are simply going to do it.
Yeah, that's a long conversation I had with somebody at a Gen Con about board games and Kickstarters. And it's like, you know, it's cool if it's a 3-dude operation that's doing a Kickstarter that they're not sure if there's interest in it and they're not sure if they can fund it. But when it's the 8th expansion of something from a giant board game company, why are you putting it on a Kickstarter other than to get pre-funding for it?
Yeah.
Just make it. Just make it. Especially because there were 2 or 3 of them that were really bad about like, oh, LGSs are getting the Kickstarter edition only available through Kickstarter in massive quantities when the individual Kickstarters haven't even started to see them yet.
Yeah, CMON.
Oh my god. Yeah. I wasn't going to directly call them out. But
no, I mean, CMON also
by inference, but
CMON has managed to survive funding the delivery of Kickstarters with more Kickstarters when that murdered Mythic Games that collapsed Blacklist games. Like CMON they found a way to survive all of this, so it's fine to call them out. Like I like a bunch of their games, but they also run a horrific model. Anyway, Takara Tomy is going to publish Transformers release dates for August. Chromehorn Forest type. That's the green bug. See, yeah, here we go. Inferno V. That's the spoilers. The resurrected Inferno. See, TFU Nemesis Prime is out as of August 5th. The 500th episode of Transformers, Super Link episode 31.
We did it. We got there.
We made 500 of them. Anyone who actually reacts to the Inferno spoiler, I know you watch the show. Because you know it's very funny that that's a spoiler. Oh, Griff is saying, there's a set of customs based on my Photoshops. I'm actually upset. Photos seem to not exist online anymore. There's an Alternator, Star Saber, and Victory Leo done with TF Master. Oh, damn.
Oh, dang, yeah.
Because, like, spoilers for the year 2007. TF Master passed away in 2007. Damn, yeah, that might just be straight up lost media. Because TF Master had a site, but I don't know how well it got archived. I can't remember if I even saw that or not. It's like that description is like activating a very faint neuron, but like I don't recall.
Just one neuron.
Just one. Single digit. Let's see. Sprung at your service. Upcoming stuff in Energon Toys and Package. The C-Cons, yeah, Universe C-Cons is like a cuss word for a while. Or cuss phrase, as I recall. These are just Energon Toys that are being announced on Transformers.com. Let's go to page 20. That's a nice round number. Maybe something cool happens on here.
We are getting very close. We're within a week from the top of that page. We are going to get back to our main timeline.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Alternator Grimlock prototype pictures credit Nevermore, the copyright master Nevermore.
I
don't know if
trademark master. I always forget which one is which.
That's like, and you know what? That's part of the bit. Is Nevermore still kicking around doing that? I was appreciated somebody put in the time.
I know he's still around plenty. I don't know if he's given up on it or not.
Yeah. OTFCC Sentinel Maximus eBay auction. This must have been. That auction's not going to work. I wonder if this was in box or not. I just remember this was one of the things that got people kind of heated. Like, why does some guy on eBay have one? Where's mine? Etc. Etc. Dreamwave Transformers poster book. I wonder if that came out. Bill's Toys and Games with the Power Links Battles packaging. Let's see. RID DVD box sets. That you don't know this yet. That this is going to be important. You can get them, by the way, you can pre-order the first box set from the Virgin Megastore. Anyone remember that phrase? I don't think that there are Virgin Megastores anymore.
Yeah, the link didn't work, so.
Yeah, no, I think that brand is gone now. Packaging for the Energon Dino Bots. Oh, OTFCC Sentinel Maximus shipping update. All right. When emailed, Glenn Hallett had this to say. We have yet to receive them in our hands, Tim. Wow. Credit
the
Tim.
Guy's name was Tim.
Credit
so.
Tim. Once we get them, we still need to have the packaging printed. Then we can assemble and ship out ASAP. When we get the toys in, we'll announce it. Then notify the fans of our status of getting them out from that point, Glenn. Prescient here. Semicolon.
Yeah.
It's going to be a while.
Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, and I like, so you know, I'm in engineering and manufacturing, and the idea of parallelization apparently does not work for Glenn Hallett, at least at this point in time, because like, hey, we don't have the toy in our hands yet, so we clearly can't work on packaging for them, and we clearly can't get the next stage ready in order to get them together to ship out. You know, why not try to, you know.
I mean, I think what one would eventually learn is like part of the reason they didn't is because they perhaps weren't not entirely sure if they were going to be getting the
Yeah. Or I mean, as all of the hullabaloo went, if they even would have the money to do so.
Yeah. PT, by the way, saying Virgin Megastores still around in the Middle East.
Funny that I said that. I swear to God, I did not roll up and see what the next news story is.
Information about OTFCC refund checks bouncing.
Yeah, dear OTFCC 04 consumer, that's a word to use for him. It has come to our attention that many of the refund checks we dispersed at OTFCC 2004 have been returned to our customers due to insufficient funds by their banking institution. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that we had inadvertently written the refunds off the incorrect business checking account on our end. We apologize for the troublesome inconvenience this has caused many of you, and of course we will do everything we can to immediately rectify this unfortunate situation. Please let us know what the original refund was for, plus the banking fees that have been incurred, and we will reimburse you for the total amount. We are extremely embarrassed by this mix-up, and we'll work to remedy this problem as soon as possible. Thank you for your patience and understanding. We look forward to serving your needs in the future. Best regards, Accounts Payable, 3H Productions, Inc.
I have a question. Why were they giving out refund checks at the show? I missed something here.
I mean, at a certain level, it could be a few things. Just like maybe people that were upset that they didn't have toys in hand, or
I guess.
I don't know if it'd be like, hey, you know, cancellations.
I'd feel
that.
I mean, maybe this is an 04 thing, but even then, I'd feel super weird about my refund being a physical check being handed to me on the show floor.
I mean, 2004, the options were that or like a wad of cash.
Give me a wad of cash, am I right?
I mean, knowing that they were going to be bouncing 2 weeks later, yes, but
yeah. Also, editorialization here from Seibertron. In one night, it's been learned that the exclusive that was supposed to be mailed out 2 weeks after OTFCC is not even in 3H's hands yet, and now this, you've got to believe that 3H is not making many fans lately. Yeah, Mirai, right? I feel like so I squinted a lot because I was like processing the notion of handing out a refund check to an attendee on the show floor. Something about that was like severely bouncing wrong.
Again, 2004, I don't know how else you would handle refunds at the point like that, because
I mean, you could do credit card chargeback.
It'd be hard to do on a dealer floor at this point in time.
Yeah, but like sorted out.
You'd have to have like a landline credit card machine that could handle that. And there were still plenty of places that in 2002, 2003, I know there were a couple places here in town that were still using the Kerchunk credit card machines.
Yeah.
Like we're not deep into it's just a terminal now. And
because this is about just under 5 years out from when I was helping implement credit card POS on boats.
Yeah.
So I just feel like it's right on the cusp, I guess, but like...
Yeah, it's the thing that, like, if it was somebody that did in-person stuff a lot,
yeah,
they might have had the hardware to do so on a show floor, but somebody that's doing a convention once a year, like, the easier thing is to just bring the checkbook along and write checks to take care of it.
Yeah.
Versus having this dedicated hardware that needs a dedicated landline or a computer, because like what's the 2004 era laptop power really got?
I was able to hook one into a TV and play Kamen Rider 5's Paradise Lost on a television with an S video cable. So like they were kind of, it's a very on the cusp stuff. I also just, I was like, how many people were getting refunds at the show for things? Like, that's wild too.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Well, I wonder if it's just because, like, because wasn't it didn't this have the Mega SCF that was just a canceled?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
That we talked about last time. So it may have just been like, hey, if you had the Mega SCF, and you complained about it at the show, we'd go, yep, hold on. Let me get the accounts payable team over here.
Yeah.
Which, again, it's funny to me because, like, 3H Productions, it was 3H because there were 3Hs and that was it.
Yeah.
Like, what? Accounts payable 3H
Well,
Productions? Come
this
on.
was, at this point, it was like 2 of the H's had left. So, like, this
Yeah,
is...
it was 1H. But they didn't want to pay for the money to redo the LLC.
Yeah. Like, I mean, this is 20 years hindsight. In my mind, like, if this was on the back of, like, the SCFs, especially, like, the cancellations known before the show, as opposed to the ones that might come later, it's like, you know, maybe just, well, I understand Glenn Hallett was often, like, well-meaning to a fault, but it's like, maybe just, like, tell them, like, can you give us an email after the show is done? We're in the middle of doing a show.
Right. Plus, again, the classic, that was written out of the wrong account. That's why I couldn't refund you the 20 some odd dollars because this other business account is close enough to bingo these checks.
I was about to say too, like, this all reads like just mildly suspicious.
Yeah.
This non-existent person named accounts payable, that is their Christian name, accounts payable, like
they're the French payables.
That's right.
Except for payable.
The payables, you can find their estate in West Wisconsin. All right, Transformers.com product preview. Custom compact sports car featuring Pat Lee's artwork. That a bunch of those words are gonna like move to the other side of the name Pat Lee pretty soon.
Those image clicks work.
Oh, do they? This came from Candice Chan, the PR manager, who I assume left quickly at a certain point.
AcuraBot.
Look at that freaking. Hang on, I got this Aaron Archer image open, so I'm gonna close that just so it's easier. Dominique Designs, yeah, the AcuraBot. Is that supposed to be like a robot head in the trunk?
I would assume so. I think the second or third image has a 3/4 view of it that makes it look like a
kinda
sound wave, but he's got a big bridge of the nose. I don't know what head that's supposed to be, but it also has an Autobot / Decepticon logo and a bunch of just can you imagine all the airbrushing of all that on the side of a car?
Yeah,
because this is like pre-wrap technology. You can't just print this on a large format printer and slap it on the side of something.
I hope that this car didn't get like slammed into or something. Like what?
T-boned by a Mack truck.
Yeah, regardless of the art source, like this stuff being airbrushed on is some incredible work. Mirai says it's likely a mix given the logos are mushed. You mean like the name logos
between
might
Optimus
have been
Prime? No, if you look at the back, in the trunk cover has a half Autobot, half Decepticon logo. So it may be going for something between Optimus Prime and Soundwave.
Oh,
in there.
Sorry, I thought you meant that like there were like decals and airbrushings on here or something. It says right here, Dominic Design Airbrush. The airbrush is in, is that friggin' the Avatar font? The word airbrush? Is that in, I was gonna say Parasol. That's not the font name.
Papyrus.
Papyrus, yeah. Is that in Papyrus? I mean, it's at a weird angle.
I'm not sure. It's at a weird angle.
Yeah. Can you imagine hand airbrushing Papyrus font onto a car? Wouldn't that be wild?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some solid work. This car is I thought they said this car is a friend of mine. And I was like, okay, role player, like freaking calm down.
Yeah.
This car is of a friend of mine. He showcased his car at the recent Darknights Nationals, which is Canada's largest sports compact car show.
That website is also dead.
Alrighty. Prime's eyes contain 2 cameras that project onto screens that are on the side back windows.
Oh, okay.
The Prime head is made out of fiberglass. And the chest opens, and that's where the speakers and lights are. Oh, Mirai saying, yes, it's Papyrus. This is before Papyrus became a punchline. Whoa, oh, Dynamo Dave. Darknights was shut down by the cops. What? Why is everything in proximity of Pat Lee turned into crime?
Like, is this like just the normal? The car show got shut down because 2 idiots with Mustangs decided to do crazy things, or is this a like it turns out they're also trafficking human beings?
Yeah. Well, how many levels of crime are we talking here?
Interestingly, when you search for Darknights Nationals in Google, the one time it says an AI overview is not available for the search. So they got that going for them.
It's inherently a cuss word. Aaron, you know that's how you can get around the AI overview is if you just swear in your search query.
Yeah,
I think that's really funny. I'm gonna go look this up. Hang on.
all the links are like 2003 and 2004, and then nothing.
What was this thing called? Darknights Nationals. See if I can do a little bit of shots down by effing police. I misspelt the swear word. I added an L, so it's like duckling.
I'm trying to find anything.
I'm getting creepypasta wiki. Hang on. I gotta show you. I'll show you all what I searched. So I don't know if anyone else is able to get something more useful than whatever the hell I got here. Why do I have freaking kiwi farms? Put it in quotations. Okay.
Found an article from the time frame. Police will be patrolling roads around the Markham Fairgrounds again this year, hoping to deter people from street racing or driving dangerously during the giant annual auto and entertainment show. Darknights National is expected to attract 35,000 people to the McCohen Road facility July 17 and 18, but York Regional Police say the event attracts drivers who speed, maneuver aggressively, or operate vehicles with illegal modifications. Last year, police stopped 1,889 cars and laid 798 charges, mostly for speeding. 14 vehicles were removed from the road. We want car enthusiasts to come and enjoy the show. We just want them to do it safely and obey the law.
That tracks. Dynamo Dave just said it used to be up at Markham Fairgrounds.
Yeah.
Okay, it just sounds like it was actually the most basic ass. It's just street racing shutdown stuff. I wonder whatever happened to that car then. Maybe it got impounded. There's an article in Performance. I don't want to mess with my search too much because I've also got. I need to comment on the fact that like the creepypasta thing is the Humper Monkey's ghost story, whatever that is. I've also got a Glee fanfic called "Who You Are in the Dark Nights."
Oh wow! So some other information out of this article is, like 2 weeks prior, officers from their street racing, eliminate racing activities on streets everywhere, Project Erase, officers pulled over a car traveling 180 kilometers an hour on a Markham street. The car's fenders were too close to the wheels, cutting a deep groove down the center of the tires. It was only a matter of time before a car like that gets into a high-speed collision. Mr. Yee said patrons of Dark Knight's show rarely drive with illegal modifications. Less than 1% of the charges were for illegal modifications. The majority were for speeding, and that can happen with any car. Yeah, sure.
That's a great quote. That can happen with any car. Dynamo Dave also saying it was egregious HTA violations, not human trafficking that I know of, also weed.
Yeah. Well, it was. The show features urban graffiti exhibitions, which seems heavily coded wording, 3-on-3 basketball competitions, rave party, food fair, beauty pageant, live hip-hop music, yes, coded language, and 1,500 competing modified vehicles and exhibits spread out in a 300,000 square foot outdoor arena. So, yeah, I am sure that it was just a thing of, from the numbers, about 12,000 or 1,200 too many people getting pulled over for various violations, and them finally saying, "You're done."
As long as
you
it's
can't control, because that's, I mean, so there's like a lot of cars and coffee shows.
Yeah.
Where it's just supposed to be people showing up and having a good time with their car, just showing off interesting cars, where invariably, like, there's people that have, yeah, I've got this, classic 68 Mustang that's been restored to like new condition with original parts or reproduction parts, nothing overtuned, nothing, not putting in spinner rims or anything, and then you have 3 chuckle nuts that have 2025 Mustangs that decide they're going to try and power slide their way out of the parking lot and crash into some minivan going the other way, minding their own business. And then it brings bad attention to all the people that are just like, I've got a classic car I want to show off my work on, versus the, I'm not old enough to be paying my own insurance yet, people.
At least it's a wholesome shutdown and not like human trafficking or like, Pat Lee fed someone into their undersized wheel well or something like that. Like, it's just good wholesome car debauchery.
Dynamo Dave, there's also the people with those vehicles. I know a guy that has a, I forget what the vehicle originally was, but it's now nothing but subwoofers, batteries, and capacitors, and a single driver's seat. And I think it has 2 different alternators off of the engine in order to try to provide power to it all.
To quote,
like, break windows.
Decrepit VW vans with 800 subwoofers that opened audio portals to different sonic dimensions.
Yes.
There's an Instagram video I caught in my reels the other month of some guy who's like, I'm gonna tank this souped up subwoofer vehicle I'm in, and like it looks like his face is actually being punched by sound waves, and like it's just rippling back as though it's gonna deglove off of his head. It's very funny.
Yeah. I've been adjacent to this vehicle as it is doing the hyper volume things, and it is an experience. Yeah, he's broken multiple windshields, so now it's plexiglass rather than glass. If you stand too close to it as he's doing everything, you like feel things intestinally that you don't externally. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, this is approaching brown note realms. All right, okay, I'm going to move out of this weird resonance spot I was in. And
yeah.
Okay, I'm no longer experiencing whatever the opposite of euphoria is.
I've been at a concert where I was in a seat that was right in front of a speaker, and that's where I discovered that, like, hey, you can bass sound waves can kind of be like if someone just kicks you in the stomach over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was fine, but I had this growing stomach ache through the show, and I was like, oh, I wonder if I ate something funny. And then when it finished and I got up, it felt like someone had just been using me as a punching bag, but internally. And I was like, why do I feel like I got assaulted? Long was here also saying, yeah, wouldn't it be funny, though, if it was just the Transformer Soundwave punching the person in the face? And yes, it would be pretty great. Aaron, if we do one more page, I think we are actually caught up.
Yes, I know. Let's do it.
All right, page 19. Wizard World 2004. Oh, I do want to see what that looks like if this gallery works.
That gallery linked in it. I am way back
404.
machining.
Scorp, hello Scorp.
Hey.
Sounds is vibrations. That's how it works. I know, but like, multiple decades ago, I thought sound was like invisible magic. I thought I'd be safe.
a link that works, but it's only loaded like 2 photos for me.
But we also get to see the Tokyo Pop logo, which will activate at least 1 or 2 people if they're around. Does the zoom in work? Busted. Okay. Let's try a handful of these, see if they do anything. Oh, hey, there's I remember the She-Ra being a big deal. The 4 Horsemen She-Ra in 04.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, does Next 25 even work? Kind of.
Like it loads a page.
Damn, she's hot. So you get a bit of editorializing. Adam Bilmu, I'll have you know that Pat Lee is a respectable podcaster dedicated to unlocking the hidden truths of your psychic unconscious or something. Yeah, I gotta find that. I sent that picture, that screen cap, to someone else. I gotta find it and share it with the chat. Maybe once we're finished up for the night, I'll dig it up. Rob Liefeld drawing for some fans. Man, he's starting to look kind of old 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, okay, now we've already busted the Wayback Machine. So we got a glimpse. The G1 ongoing number 7 from Dreamwave, so we are entering the end game on Dreamwave time. I wonder if this works. Nope, that's the future.
Gatai funding, I wonder what that means.
It makes sense. I just would call that inadvisable. Dreamwave's Micromasters mini. It's a hit for Dream... What do they have to say about it? Micromasters equals big sales. The punk rock experiment is a success. What the What are you talking about? Micromasters, the latest debut in Dreamwave's highly successful Transformers line of comics, proven that being different can still be rewarding in today's comics market. What are you talking about? We couldn't be happier.
They're Transformers, but they're tiny.
We couldn't be happier with the reaction to the first issue, said series writer James McDonough. Happy, yes, but not surprised, even though we knew it was risky to apply such a punk sensibility to the Transformers, added series writer Adam Paddock. We were confident that both hardcore and casual fans would be receptive to the unique approach. Genuinely, what are they talking about? What is a punk sensibility?
They're talking about taking down the establishment, about eating the rich, and something else, I don't know.
It turns out the risk was worth taking, because comic fans have responded by making Micromasters #1 a top 50 hit, despite a shipping error, which was responsible for initially incorrect totals. The current tally has made Micromasters #1 Dreamwave's highest-selling book during its release, beating out many established fan-favorite titles from all major publishers. This feels like glazing. What is a punk sensibility? What does that mean?
Yeah, buzzwords.
I was there for this. I don't even remember that being buzzwords.
And I do like the idea of, like, its highest selling book during its release, beating out many established fan favorite titles from all major publishers. How many major publishers are there at this point in time in 2004?
Like
two of them.
I mean,
So
Image was around by this point.
Their book, their release sold better than, like, that weird, like, spinoff of an X-Men title and Shazam.
What? I still don't get what's inherently punk rock about the Micromasters. Axel Nightmare saying, sounds like Cooked Books, the most punk rock thing of all. True.
Yeah.
It's just like, is it punk rock that they're little? They're from the 90s as opposed to the 80s, I guess, even though they aren't because they're the Micromasters. It's killing me. The punk sensibility. Finally, we've applied some punk sensibility to the Transformers. The storyline of the book was that Micromasters are like a subservient class, maybe, I guess. I don't know why it's setting me off so much. It's like, I think it's because I know they're so close to the end too that this probably is absolute garbage what they're saying.
Yeah. This is them staring at a loaded gun pointed at them menacingly. But don't worry, scroll up a little bit. It'll get better.
Oh, really? First off, OTFCC product update. Oh boy. Let's see.
Last year's collector plates.
The first batch of last year's collector's plates will begin shipping within a week. They're expected to ship by late September. Late September is a month from August 20th. These are the legendary plates, right?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Sentinel Maximus. 3H has received the convention-exclusive figure Sentinel Maximus. Packaging is currently in the works. Product updates will be posted.
That were supposed to be shipped 2 weeks after the convention. This I think was like the range of the last of the people that were really like backing OTFCC, kind of saying, okay, whatever. In a kind of more saner time, when it was like, okay, well, at the convention you said in 2 weeks, and here this is now a month afterwards, and you only just received them. There's no way that you didn't know that it was more than 2 weeks out, and you're now saying that you have to make packaging for them.
Yeah,
why was the packaging already made?
Even baby me at the time, all due respect to people who were my age at the time, I remember I was like, why did you say 2 weeks? Did you just not know somehow? And if you didn't know, then why didn't you know? Who is screwing you over if that's the case? Because you're sounding like the victim of crime, sort of.
Yeah. So Sidewipe Prime 606, Sentinel Maximus did come out.
Yeah, eventually.
It was Hasbro that went to 3H and said, "Fine, screw it. Give us all of your information of who you owe these to, and we will ship them out."
And Hasbro still
said that they didn't get them. Right.
Hasbro, they still had to make the packaging too.
Yeah.
Eventually,
Hasbro had to make the packaging, had to pack it, paid to ship it out, is my understanding.
Yeah.
And then there were still people that were like, "I've got my receipt for this, but I didn't get one. What the hell?" And then Hasbro said, "Yeah, okay, yeah, sure, we'll take your word for it, even though we have no idea if this is true or not, because the records were not great,
yeah,
or incomplete, or already." They wrote that to the wrong checking account.
Sunset Prime saying, "This is reminding me of the 88 MPH Studios books." This is part of the reason why the 88 MPH Studios saga got memory hold within a year. This just shunted all that RAM into the deepest, darkest neuron recesses. Because this was like another level. Because this was interacting not just with Hasbro license, but with literal Hasbro product. Like a toy called Sentinel Maximus. Existing somewhere in the ether. Because at the time, people were like, so did Hasbro screw you over? Because nobody knew, right? It's just wild. Also, the second issue of the Collectors Club magazine is scheduled for release in the last week of September. 3 and 4 scheduled for delivery by the end of the year. Issue number 4 of the comic book is currently under development. A release date will be announced as soon as it is available. If I recall correctly, did this book not... Does it end up like coming out under IDW or something?
Maybe.
Because I remember this eventually found its way out in some fashion.
Yeah. Just maybe something that got collected.
Yeah.
As it ended up in like a trade or something.
This is... I forgot also that we're less than 2 years away from IDW launching, too, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
We're this is where a whole lot of convalent points are all started touching each other. All right, Mitsubishi Alternator? I phoned... Hang on.
Yeah, these days, too. I forgot about some of these, yeah.
I phoned Walmart yesterday, trying desperately to track down some alternators. The lady said that she could only list them by car model. She listed the following: 2 Vipers, 2 Subarus, 2 Corvettes, 2 Jeeps, 2 Mazda, 1 Ford Mustang, 1 Honda S2000. After seeing the gun, I'm going to say Blitzwing.
Yeah, sure.
And most importantly, 1 Mitsubishi. I didn't even see the Blitzwing nonsense. Was there a Mitsubishi? I don't think there was.
I don't think so. I'll have to go look again.
I phoned Walmart yesterday, and the lady told me. That's wild.
So wave 1 was Smokescreen, Subaru Impreza. 2 is Dodge Viper Sideswipe. 3 is Subaru Impreza WRX Silver Streak. 4 is Jeep Wrangler Autobot Hound. 5 Dodge Viper Dead End. 6 Corvette Z06 Trax Mazda RX-8 Meister. 7 Jeep Wrangler Swindler Ford Mustang GT Grimlock. Wave 8 is the Honda S2000 Windcharger. Wave 9 is Chevy Corvette Battle Ravage. Wave 10 is Mazda RX-8 Shock Blast. Wave 11 is Ford Mustang GT Wheeljack. Wave 12 is Honda S2000 Decepticharge. 13 Chevy Corvette Z06 Swerve. Wave 14 Acura RSX Prowl. And then second assortment is Corvette, Acura RSX, Scion XB, Dodge Viper, Jeep Wrangler, Subaru Impreza, Dodge Ram SRT10, Optimus Prime. The Ford GT Mirage came in around then. RSX, yeah, there's no Mitsubishi.
Well,
Jaguar XK Ravage.
Score pointed out
Civic.
that we forgot the Mitsubishi Impreza.
Yeah.
Also, you didn't mention Blitzwing anywhere in there. I noticed.
Yeah.
You must have missed something. After seeing the gun, I'm gonna say Blitzwing.
Yeah.
You mean seeing the gun on the phone call?
Yeah, No, it was probably that lady. She had that deep Transformers knowledge. The random person at a Walmart.
Okay. Wasn't expecting a news story like that. That's pretty good. There's a bunch of reveals for...
I remember so many of those. I was looking over the shoulder at somebody at a Toys R Us, and I swear to God, I saw that Optimus Prime is going to be voiced by Peter Cullen, because he tell me.
Yeah. Oh... Superlink episode 35 is called Spoiler Warning, and it says right down here, because I think their news interface probably changed. It's called Omega Supreme.
Omega Supreme.
Superlink tiles. I'm just going to glance at the next page to see if 24th carries through.
Yeah, August 24th.
Oh!
August 24th, we are back to our time.
We're at Malin Huffman. Huffman. We did it. We connected the loop to the moment, because the Malin Huffman news story... I'm going to close that tab for a sec. That is when we realized... Because we went up all the way up to here. Past here, even. We got to the Malin Huffman.
I think it's actually on our next page from here.
Yeah.
Because TFW, for those that haven't caught on to this, TFW shifts their news pages back. Each news page is so many items long. And as a new item goes on top of the stack, it pushes everything down one.
Because we got to this story, and I was scrolling up. We got to that story. We talked about it. And then I went up here
talking about some upcoming OTFCC stuff, and we're like, "Oh, dude, just bounced just before the show," and then it turns out it was after the show.
Yeah, because I looked at the fan to fan thing too, thinking, "Oh, Figure King update. What month issues were these from?" And I saw August 24th, and I was like, "Wait, what?" Griff, looked on TF Wiki regarding Wreckers number 4. The comic never got published. Only 4 pages were ever completed. And FunPub put them in an issue of the Club magazine. That sounds very familiar, yeah. And then they published the rest, or published it as a text story. Right.
Yep.
Oh, that's wild. But we did it. We closed the loop. All due respect to Seibertron, it's just this is what I'm used to. This is where I based it out of, because I was on this site back in the aughts. I do wish to go eventually.
These colors are the security blanket.
Yes, I need this blue and gray. I do intend to go poking around the Seibertron archives once I realized and saw that they went back to news posts from 1984. I'm curious if they have any other Orson's World. I'm gonna poke around and take a look. That would be in 2002. So I might have a scroll through there. I don't know if I'll do it on the stream or not, but I might go and just peek around so I can have a proper Orson's World supercut. I don't know. Y'all actually let me. Do you want, like, we're not going to do it until we're going to finish 04 first, whatever happens. If 02 is there, do you want us to bop all the way back to 02 to have a spin through? Like, up to y'all. But Aaron, how you feeling? You want to bop out for now on your end?
Yeah, if we're looking to wrap up, we can go ahead and wrap it up.
Okay. I got something I got to dig out.
You've got like hours of energy still, and I have work tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking more about the you have work tomorrow part.
Again, I work really hard, and that's how I'm able to multitask and catch back up with Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Well,
So
I gotta
can be ready for the new MCU.
I gotta see if I can dig out the Pat Lee podcast picture that Bill Moo got.
Goodness.
I posted it in the Discord at some point, and I'm pretty sure I used the word Pat Lee in conjunction with it. Yeah, I said, speaking as Pat Lee, I will advise enormous caution in rehabilitating the idea of human Pat Lee.
I can see why you'd want to do that with caution.
This is, and I look, this is still on the top of his Instagram. He keeps updating the post or editing it with something. I don't know what. We have to have the face in here, actually. We really have to see his face. It's the important part of this. It's him reclining in that chair. For the past 13 years, I've researched heavily on channeling, automatic writing, telepathy, extraterrestrial phenomenon, parallel universes, NDEs or near-death experiences, OBEs or out-of-body experiences, and historical structures around the world that still today we haven't a clue on how they were built. I've always been curious about the mysteries behind energy and the perfect mathematical structures that grow and create all physical forms that exist. Where does the energy come from, and how does energy create so perfectly? So I've decided to start my own podcast titled Lounge 1111, just out of sheer passion to talk about my research, share my personal experiences. If you're interested in such topics, stop by and have a listen. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Podbean, and Threads. Big thanks to all my dear friends and family who gave me great support to do this. Live your passion, and have a most spectacular day. Podcasting.
This dude needs some Milo Rossi, the Mini Minute Man on YouTube.
Yeah. I like Strange 4's use of one of my favorite YouTube emojis. The squinting mad orange guy. That's kind of how I felt when Bill Mood shared this with me. I was just because nothing wrong with believing in stuff, wanting to pursue it, etc. Taking a photograph like this with a sort of like Temu Illuminati picture behind you while being Pat Lee in the year 2025 makes it staggeringly suspicious. It feels very much like a money laundering scheme somehow, even though it's a podcast. I don't understand how it works.
He's not laundering money because that would shrink it.
True. a money fluffing scheme.
Let me explain the science, how there's no way that the Egyptians could have made something flat. The technology of rubbing three stones against each other to find a common flat surface won't exist for ever. Like,
Listen.
that's not like how we make flat lap plates today, is by rubbing 3 stones against each other to come up with a perfectly flat surface. There's no way that the Egyptians could have done that.
Listen, Mr.
Rubbing
Engineer.
rocks against each other? What?
Where
Egyptians with rocks?
where does energy come from, and how does energy create so perfectly?
This is the thing that, hey, I don't think we talked about it the last time around. We haven't talked about it on this one. Donate to our Extra Life, and if you get me to $2,000 or the team to $4,000, I'll watch a bunch of stupid things like
Dahir
this
in
rant
shot
and explode. Dahir in shot. Apparently, there's a new one that I'm still not supposed to go look at in case we hit it, because I may just like
it's
puke
not
my guts out seeing it.
It's not just not supposed to look at, because people might think Aaron's doing a bit, but no, Aaron genuinely doesn't want to look at Dahir in shot. Genuinely doesn't want to look at it. And is putting his own sanctity of calm on the line for Extra Life.
Things I'll do for these children.
That reminds me, I'm on Extra Life again. I haven't set up the page yet, but I signed up and I reconnected my old URL, so the old participant / Vangelus URL should work again.
Yeah, I need to fart around with getting the Aksmth URL, but it's just as easy to copy that in there like that.
Yeah. So I don't have any goals set up on mine yet. I was going to say that I'm actually planning to not do as many milestones, but instead, like, I want to do every 100 this time, because when I have it for every 50, it's hard to read them, because the dots are so close. So I'm thinking of doing it every 100, and then just putting the Optimus Megatron monologue blogger reads as, like, a $25, like, purchasable. Is that the right word? Purchasable, or what is the word they use?
Yeah. They call them incentives.
Incentives, yeah. That's
because I'm remembering to make my Dance Monkey Dance one of 3 hours of time. That if you donate $50 to me, you get to pick 30 minutes of gameplay for me on the day of the gameathon.
Yeah. I'm planning to move my usual, like, every 50 do a monologue thing and just put them as an incentive, because, like, then it's also easier to keep track of what I have to do, because whenever I would have incentives build up, every 50 was starting to throw off just my, scratching notes in my brain thing. Also, we got Akan Lord with some good comments on the notion of building pyramids and how actually impossible it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it forms a triangle. It's and then the eye is in the center of the triangle, and. But yeah, Aaron, I was also curious if this would tweak your Dahir in-shot muscle slightly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Can we get Pat Lee off the screen? Sorry, Fuzzy Bunny Man. That's true. We should just get him off the screen. Here you go. We're gonna go back to my nice Google image search, or Google search. I didn't do the image yet. We'll go back to just staring at the word humper monkey, whatever that means. I hope that's not a slur. Someone tell me if it is. I apologize if it is. Aaron, thank you for joining me.
Hey, you're very welcome.
The only other stuff I got to talk about, since I know Bill Moo is around, is next Vox shredding. I have not gotten any filming done this last week, because I was telling Aaron this when we started the call. I have been just perpetually exhausted, and like, my reaction to the entire world for the last 2 weeks has mostly just been, maybe I'll just lie down and fall asleep. So it may just be depression. It may be seasonal depression. I may have, like, some kind of small bug. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm behind on a bunch of stuff, but the next Vox shredding is going to be done pretty soon. That one is relevant to Adam Bilmu. I'm kind of also holding off a little bit, because I want everything in place, if you know what I mean, for when it goes up, so that clicks just go places. But it's relevant if you are interested in the Transformers TCG in regards to physical cards, and it is relevant if you're going to a TFCon and also have interest in physical cards. One of the main points I'm making in this Vox shredding is that these are all just usable cards with whatever you are doing to play the game. It's a way to just get some fun alt arts. It's a way to get some cards that maybe were just impossible to buy from Wave 5. And they all have some brand new artwork with creditable artists, whose names I'm hopefully going to get all correct. So that's something that's coming up. Since Adam Bilmu is literally in here, I figured I'd just put him directly on the spot. Yeah. Aaron, I will talk to you later. We got to
All right.
slam another one of these, or another one or two of these, hopefully before March. And,
we can do it.
I believe we can. But no, I'll let you go. I'll catch you later.
Yep.
And then I'll close up some things here. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And then I gotta leave that call so that it doesn't suddenly make weird Discord noises at me. I keep leaving my Discord noises on when doing these, but whatever. Archer Monster, TFCon LA. Yes, I am hoping to go. I am planning to go. The only reason why I use language like hoping and planning is because of the current state of fun, unprecedented times. I feel like it is in my interest to remain as liquid as possible, just in case some stuff all goes real bad. But that aside, like, I have a flight and I have a hotel, so I am... Oh! I closed the tab with that photo now. Damn it. We had an old photo of you, we think, with a yellow shirt at OTFCC. Adam Bilmu went through a Shinkansen tunnel. Wow. How privileged. How bougie to flex that privilege, honestly. Me and Aaron Aksmth are, I think, lined up to do another panel about the news dives, too, at LA, about 04. If anyone who was involved with Transformers in the year 2004, like perhaps an Aaron Archer, for instance, would like to come by and hang out at that panel, then find out with us when it's happening. When the schedule eventually goes up in, I assume, like 2.5 weeks. Outside of that, I've also submitted a panel about de-stressing your collector distress. And it sounds like we got... Oh, Aaron's got the photo link. Hang on. Well, it's in here somewhere. Hang on, I'll scroll. I can find it. Aaron Archer had a very specific yellow shirt in the background there, but we had a photo that... Here we go. Aaron Archer, that's you, right? Anyway, yeah. It sounds like we also are going to have another roundtable discussion with some of the YouTube folks that I have done those with before. I don't organize that panel. I just end up, if I'm on it, I often volunteer to do kind of moderatorship, since, like, I like doing that. But I believe we have one of those happening as well. So, yeah, if you are coming to TFCon LA, then I hope I make it there as I plan to, and I hope I see you there. Griff, if you're making it to Toronto, then I am definitely seeing you, because I am going to Toronto. I live in Toronto. Granted, it is in technically Mississauga, but I am able to take the bus. Will I be wearing a Newsy hat at the panel? Currently, no, because I don't own a Newsy hat. And if someone gave one to me, I would want to run it through a dryer first, for various reasons. Archer Monster says, that could possibly be a Reverse Flash shirt. I don't wear a lot of yellow. Yeah, that's the only thing throwing me off, is I don't associate you with, like, a yellow shirt very much. But I can't tell if that's a Reverse Flash shirt. There's too much... Like, maybe there's a logo, but it's, like, blurred or something. But yeah, Adam Bilmu, my understanding is that we are... Oh, image 29? Is that the one? Yeah, that's the one I'm on. It sounded like, when I got an email back, it sounds like the schedule is intended to go up at the start of March. So, hopefully, I'm able to, like, make a funny little graphic to say what I'm doing, where and when. But yeah, I'm also I really hope that, like, my trip is uneventful outside of being at the convention hotel. I am flying direct to LAX with no check luggage. My plan is to just, like, ride share to the hotel afterwards. I'm aware that's expensive, but, like, this all works better for me than a 13 to 17 hour trip with multiple layovers to the Burbank airport. And if anyone is able to, like, if it lines up and I arrive when someone else arrives, like, I'm coming in Thursday night, if I'm able to bum a ride from someone, I love bumming a ride, but I'm not hinging everything around it. I'm planning around having to, like, pay my way from the airport and back. But I'm hoping, especially going back, because I'm going back, you know, for a flight on Monday morning, basically, Monday midday. I'm hoping it's not impossible to got-tie with a few folks also heading towards LAX to, like, split costs and etc. But I'm going to play it by ear while I'm there. And I'm hoping to have a good time. Like, I'm planning to prioritize meeting up with as many people I know in the area as possible, not just at the show, but outside the show as well. And yeah, like, just kind of, I want to hang around. I want to do some stuff. I got no check luggage, so I got high limitations on how much expenditure I can do. Along with here, don't you mean gestalting? You got me. Don't clip that. They won't let me across the border. And yeah, it should be fun. Only after hours. I only gestalt at night, but I got tie in the daytime. That's the life I lead. But yeah, what else did I have to say? I've still got to finish. Part of what bummed me out is losing my Steam means I haven't finished the Mecha Invasion stuff yet. I still want to try to make those videos all this month. I just need my gears to move. Adam Bilma, I don't arrive till early Friday. Dang it! Dynamo Dave, my wife hates when I use the word undulate. I understand where your wife is coming from. I like the word undulate, but it is on the cusp. It's very much where my grassy greens turn into the wasteland. That kind of gradient strip. But yeah, I'm also hoping to just keep talking about TFCon because it's on my mind now. I'm hoping to bring a deck or two of gaming, a deck or two of Transformers TCG, a deck or two of Commander. I'm not going to bring the deck building game because there's no way to carry that in small, unfortunately. I tried. I can fit it into a small quiver, but that has to be like a situation where I have a check bag, basically, or it's in Toronto. So I'm just planning to bring, like, mainly, like, 1 or 2 TCG decks, and I'm thinking of bringing 1 or 2 Commander decks, just in case it's a thing that happens. I probably should bring a Star Wars deck so that I can face Darth Bill. Archer Monster is coming in Friday mid-afternoon if everything works normal. Yeah, generally speaking, just because it is the LA area, I also just tend to assume, like, most timelines are kind of liquid with with TFCon LA. That's kind of my approach to a lot of that stuff, is like I try to keep it liquid and flexible. Will there be any back alley hydropods battles going down? I can't find them. So if someone, like, outfits me with hydropods, if Big Hasbro gets their act together, thumb up pointing this time, and gets some ding dang hydropod samples over here. I already got scooped by an American. Diaclona already has a fully featured video about the Transformers Diaclones. How am I supposed to deal with that? You know, people will complain. I can't believe PvP gets these toys early. And here comes live from Diaclona just PvPing all over the Hydropods fandom. PvPing all up and down, filling up Megatron's little thing with PvP. Like, unbelievable. Getting PvP puddles all over the paper plate. I don't know how to survive in this economy. Adam Bilmu, is that like a Tide Pod eating contest? Like sort of, but also entirely different. But yeah, I mean, hopefully we can get some Hydropods battles going and some tactics fights, and maybe a few bot rumbles going on in the tabletop gaming area. I am always going to bring my what I believe to be helpful vibe to the TCG oriented tabletop gaming area, which is trying to bring as many other Transformers relevant tabletop gaming experiences into the room as possible. I do that much more in Toronto when I can bring like the deck builder with me, but I love stuffing a bunch of stuff into corners of a room and making it more lively. But I gotta still disassemble all my Transformers TCG decks to like reorganize all my cards and do some rebuilding. My intent for LA is I want to bring a lot of forked representation, which is to say I want to bring a Dinobot deck with the paddles, and I want to bring a Junkions deck because nobody uses Junkions because they're all cowards, and I'm gonna come in with the Bolas, and we're gonna pass some Bolas around. I'm gonna put my vehicle tokens in organized stacks that vary due to game state. No tokens, no, plenty of tokens, plenty tokens. I need to execute my mind games on my opponents. Hydropods will be to Vangelus what Core Class Cheetor is to Headmaster Dawn, an unending scourge they can never escape from. Listen, Hydropods to me ain't a scourge. They're a goal. You know, I want my robots to pee themselves a little bit. I want them to sputter out crotchily water all over the surface. Mayoral Fabrication. I have a few sealed boxes of Transformers TCG card. I might have a mythical 500 DLLs card. I don't know what a 500 DLLs means. Or is that dollars? I just realized the letters being used. Because I was gonna go like, we don't got any, I don't have access to .dlls when I'm abroad, because I'm a foreign national at that point. Bot shots or GTFO. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing about bot shots is the availability, right? Like, we have 2 fresh bot shots for Transformers 1, but that's only 2. That's not a balanced meta. Oh, it was dollars. Oh, and it was a joke. Oh, I thought you were talking about, yeah, dynamic link libraries. Dang it. If you do have sealed boxes of Transformers TCG and you don't know what to do with them, and you're going to a TFCon, like, bring them along, because we can bop out some draft, some sealed, some 2-pack turbo, and then if you don't actually want the cards anymore, you can probably fob them off for a nominal fee to yourself, to somebody. Did I tell you about the Shinkalion bots? I remember you had some photos that looked like Shinkalion bots. Sorry, bot shots. Yeah, bots would be very... Shinkalion bots, I would want to buy, like, all of them. But bot shots, still relevant. Just thinking the other day about how we were, like, inches away from getting a ROM the Space Knight bot shot, and I'm still sad about it. But yeah, all of the stuff from the Vox shredding, that little stack of cards, is all over on the side of my filming table, so I can't wave any of it in front of a camera. I can just simply wave my Twin Peaks box set with its stupid inner spindle nonsense. Like, these ones here are double stacked discs. So I assume as long as I don't, like, spin them idly with my finger, then it's okay to keep them like that. Oh yeah, Bill Moo, yeah, who will be at TFCon doing some CCG stuff, accepts old card donations if you do just have, like, piles of chaff that you don't want. Some TCG cards from the Transformers TCG, if you want to put in the work, there are still some that are quite saleable, but you have to put in the work, you have to sort a whole bunch. They probably are not commons or uncommons, which you will have lots more of. Any idea what Fan Hobby's next TFCon exclusive would be? I'm not sure. I'm not going to say concerned, because I think that's an overwhelming word for what I'm describing. I'm kind of wondering what the state of TFCon exclusives from unofficial companies is going to be in LA, because we are still in wildly close proximity to extremely liquid tariff situations. So I would say prepare for the idea that fresh stuff that would ship from overseas may not be there. I'm not saying that it's not going to be there, because I don't know. And I understand, of course, that, like, you know, the original, I guess, no more ordering from AliExpress thing everyone in America went through was also over, like, within 12 hours, kind of. But the completely random, flippant nature of all of this stuff going on in your country means that I would say, like, you know, be prepared for any situation regarding that kind of product being able to get to TFCon at TFCon. I saw a funny post the other day, I think it was General Techno, who was like, it's really funny apparently that TFW 2005, which has a very old-timey kind of message board rule system that is very, like, you know, structured and number-based, you know, with numbered rules and everything. Apparently, like, there was some struggle going on because, like, especially the China-related tariff massively impacts every single collector hobby space. And so on TFW, there was this, like, neuron collision of, like, how to remotely discuss it while also not discussing politics whatsoever. And I was like, I don't envy anyone who tries to structure a rule set around that, because I think that's impossible. Just let that thread be new N and P. let people pull themselves aloft on their own petards if they are going to. Yeah, PT, it's like, yeah, it's a 50-50 shot of, like, either forgets about them or it's a hyperfixation, like with everything. That's why I would just say, like, be prepared that, like, your fans hobby, MMC, etc., XTB, all those things, unless they're already on the continent right now, be prepared that they may or may not be present at the show because of these aforementioned highly variable reasons. These are perhaps why I remain, how do I put this? These are perhaps why I have a very liquid approach to something where I have a plane ticket and a hotel reservation. Because, like, I'm still not 100% confident in any situation being solid by mid-March. I would also really like to go to TFCon Chicago, but I don't know how, other than just making a cancelable hotel reservation and etc. I don't know how I can even remotely say, like, oh, I'll be there, because, like, I don't really know what's going to happen. That's why I'm also a proponent of, like, as much as possible in times like these, live in the present, put your own well-being, your inner self well-being, first and foremost, so you are functional, and then expand outwards a little bit, and just make sure that you are looking after yourself, your friends, and your family, and then as much as possible, and in doing all that, look out for people who are being targeted by a lot of this nonsense. It's very important, very, very important, particularly for people who go on the internet with the express notion of appearing to speak to a small platform of people who participate, especially in a live exchange of dialogue, to kind of be very clear about where your safeties stand in all this stuff. And hopefully I've been clear in my own case that we are keeping this as a nice, joyous, and extremely progressively safe space. Long was here. Yeah, shout out to the trans community. They need our help. 100%. That's one of the nice things about a TFCon is generally that is going to be a very trans-positive space. They were able to do that, as far as I understand, in friggin' Florida. So that's, again, why I would like for TFCon to actually function. Both as a show and as an experience for myself to participate in. But yeah. how do I put it? I'm on a slight tangent, but like I still kind of, I don't side eye necessarily, but there are handfuls of online performers and creators where I'm kind of like, well, you gotta say something. You gotta say something so people know that your little umbrella shade is a safe camp out spot. So that they don't have to come over there and think like, ooh, I wonder if suddenly they're just gonna hurl a rock at my head, right? Fuzzy Bunny Man, I got my canned vegetables ready. Yeah, I will say, and I'm saying this, this is purely, like, I'll use the word unemotional. I want to echo something from a friend of mine who has shared a lot of good info about this, Yolkness, which is that right now, if you're in the States, this is a good time to consider stocking up on canned and dry goods because of the, again, nigh randomly fluctuating set of circumstances going on right now. It ain't a bad idea to have a bunch of, if you're able to do it, some rice, some canned vegetables, some potable water or a solution for such, some hemp seed, chia seed, nutritional yeast, if you can get at that stuff. All can help out a lot. That way you've got, like, if say we roll like 15 ones in a row, then it's not like, what do I do now? How do I afford the $300 head of lettuce? It's like, okay, you're settled for a little bit. Yeah, dry goods, canned goods, things that can also make sure, like, the thing to think about is also like, is my stock filling out a basic nutritional profile, which as I understand it, that's where also amino acids was the other thing Yolkness brought up. So like amino acids, chia seeds, hemp seeds, canned stuff, nutritional yeast. Then you kind of have like a little like nutritional core that you've got available in a pinch. I understand that I am a Canadian telling this almost exclusively to Americans, but like, you know, it's just, if you haven't thought of it, don't feel bad, because it's absolutely screwed up. But it is worth like thinking about, just because things are so randomly reflexive and liquid and fluctuating. Yeah, Ruby, it sucks. It's that's why I've like, that's why you gotta, as I said before, you gotta just like focus inward as much as possible, live in the present, focus on yourself first and foremost. If you don't function, then nothing else is really going to matter, because you perceive and experience the world through yourself. So yourself has to function to engage with the rest of, you know, everything going on. And then a couple other ideas I'll throw out there, because it is, you know, especially if you're Americans, I know a bunch of you are, it's pretty rough. I saw a pretty good suggestion, which is to consider like just designating a limited amount of news intake. Perhaps even give it a specific time or times of day with a hard ceiling, and perhaps even a self-imposed rule of some kind of cleansing, relaxation, meditation, something right afterwards. Basically, don't doom scroll. I mean, a lot of people say it. It's easy to say it. It's hard to implement it. So one way to consider implementing it is to treat it like a resource, like a newspaper, where it's like, I will look at this much. I am informed. Stop. Now I'm going to go, like, watch cartoons for, like, an hour to, like, palate cleanse. I'm going to go just, like, you know, sit cross-legged and focus on my breathing for a little bit. So, yeah, you know, you just gotta maintain balance somehow. Because what I say this a lot, and I think it's important to say, what the oppressor wants is for you to either be just beaten into a fatigued submission, like a husk, or they want you to just be endlessly fired up to the point of uncontrolled anger that will then be turned against you. So, unfortunately, that means, like, having to find a balance, which is a really trite, overstated, rote sentiment, but it's, like, the most succinct way to put it. You gotta have to, like, if you have anger, and you probably do, and it's very valid if you do, you gotta figure out how to hone it, how to keep a sort of tempering on it, turn it into something. It's gotta, because if it's out of control, that is what the oppressor wants. And if you are doom scrolling, taking in so much that you are reduced to a husk state, that is also what the oppressor wants. Those are kind of like the two main states the oppressor wants you in. So you got to find ways around that. In my opinion. I'm obviously not an expert. I just have a lot of imperative thought about this because it is affecting a great number of people I know, as it should, because it's terrible. Yeah, Sina Nuva, that's great advice. Picking your battles is good too. Like, you, this sort of goes to my point about, like, kind of focus inward and then slowly extend your orbit outwards. What are you able to affect? Because it is about what you are able to affect. And then, again, going to what the oppressor wants. You yourself, individually, cannot affect world events alone. However, the way that a lot of this info is being hammered onto you is to create this sensation of helplessness that you cannot yourself solve these things one after another by yourself in order to go to bed satisfied at night. And I believe that is by intention to some degree. And it's also just by a little bit of naivete in the reporting, if not also a little bit of ignorance in the reporting as well. And a little bit of just, like, scummery and, like, reporting in a way that makes sure you click on this, so you hit an ad, click, and blah, blah, blah. So, picking your battles is, like, you kind of have to figure out how to process the notion of, like, when I pick a battle, it does not mean I am seceding the other ones. The main thrush point is, like, you gotta kind of identify what can I affect myself effectively. And in a way that is helping other people, because the primary goal is to create interpersonal help communities, because that is what, in any situation, each other is the one thing that cannot be entirely taken away from you. It can just be stifled, stomped on, smothered, but it can't be eliminated on a wide-scale level without having done a whole bunch of other things first that, you know, are, I think, less likely to occur unimpeded. So Sam Webble, it's like, I say it a lot, all we have is each other. And so that's also why, like, my goal with some of my streaming, it helps me out brainially quite a bit, but also I want to create little moments and pockets of joy here and there, because I think it's something that I am vaguely effective at. And then similarly, I also want to use the platform as it exists to try to spread some ideas that are ideally constructive with regard to dealing with the overwhelming, hammering sensation of the capital U, unprecedented capital T times proper noun that we perpetually are thrust into every couple cycles. Cycles can be whatever you want to. I'm not even going to say, like, a unit of time, because, like, that's also kind of flexive, ain't it? So anyway, I'll try to not go on and on, because I think this is the perfect example. This is a topic I can ramble about for quite a while, but I've detected at times in myself that, like, I'm hitting, like, the soft ceiling that I want to establish for, like, news intake, where it's, you got to stay informed, but also you got to not core out your brain, your own self out of your brain, right? You got to leave space for yourself. Yeah, Sina Nuva, like, that's my goal. I want this space to feel safe and fun for as many people as possible. I want this space to feel, how do you put it, threatening and mocking towards bigots in general. That's a good catch-all, I guess. But, you know, the folks who want to take advantage of the fallacy of tolerance, like, I got no patience for it. But, like, I figure when one says, like, I want to create kind of a safe, fun space away from all that stuff, hopefully I make it clear that doesn't mean I want people to be able to come in here and start rules lawyering, because as it says in my Discord rules, like, I know if you're doing it, and I'll melt your brain with my psychic powers. Not right now, but sometime in your sleep. You know, when you just won't wake up. That's... Well, you'll wake up, but you'll be, you know... Some of it will be coming out your ear. It's a horrible thing. Very stressful. Just don't do it. But yeah. I should probably start digging up all my resources for my... I gotta change this volume setting. Got any resources for psychic power development? Sina Nuva, the bummer is, I am privileged. I was... This is a screwed up way to describe this. I was on TFW when we had a news and politics forum before and during and after 9/11. So I kind of was like I was there to get hit with the gamma radiation to create some of my psychic powers. You know, we can't everybody just get bitten by a radioactive spider. No, it's got to be the special one. So sadly, like I don't know how to teach my psychic power development. It was simply thrust upon me. Yeah, Ruby, I like as a viewer off and on of streamers, many of whom use VTube Studio. That's something I've started trying to sixth sense eyeball in some streamers of like, are you just afraid to say it because this general audience, let's say 60% kind of sucks, or is this a calculated use of the phrase in a way that I don't like? And it's a tricky thing. Yeah, you must be, much like the darkness. You must be raised in it. You must have a respirator attached to some venom chemicals. Ideally, you also have a fur-lined sleeveless jacket and a pretty funny accent. There's a lot of, like I said, having psychic powers is very privileged, bougie stuff. Like, I basically silver spooned my way into it, you know? I do also have a DX Kamen Rider Delta belt, which did help me out as well back in 2003. Yeah. I went to the Ryuseiju school or whatever, and they put the Orphanoc goop in me. And listen, we can't all be raised by the kind of parents who'd put us in an orphanage who would then try to turn us into Orphanocs or whatever. You know, and I apologize for that, you know. Where's my friggin' streaming folder? Found it. And by the way, this goes without saying, but like, if something does make you feel unsafe here, like, feel free to let me know. I know that that's like easier said. That's easy for me to say, because like if I'm the one making you feel unsafe, it is unlikely you're going to tell me because I've already made you feel unsafe. But hopefully, if something is happening and there's something course correctable, like I want to make sure that like you know the mailbox is open. Like you can throw something in there. It's literally yeah. Listen, I just happened to be on the boat. I just happened to come across the guy in the stairwell, and I just happened to have, you know, the Poseidon god like just point at me and single me out and make my seed grow. I just wanted to get on a boat. I just wanted to ride a fun boat. That's all. I'm just a friendly guy. Friggin', getting into like I'm a nice guy nonsense talk. I'm a nice guy. I didn't ask for anything. They're the ones who made me have a kick. What makes them explode? I'm a nice guy. I'm feeling that ramble engine. Like I'm trying to like quell it down. Because I said last time and I didn't do it yet. I want to try just having like a yammerin' chatting stream, since I enjoy doing it. Just go in with like I'll have a handful of little topics if needed, but like just have some just chill out and chat kind of stuff because I like doing it. Yeah, Rising Mighty Cougar. There's a plate growing on my leg, makes my foot make nuclear boom. It's not my fault. I didn't do anything. Why is everyone yelling at me? I just leveled a city block. You evacuated it though. Everything's fine. They don't need homes. I'm the nice guy. Ruby, we Small bean me. We found some fun stuff. We made it through to reconnect to the TFW archives. Had some photos from OTFCC 2004. Had some very funny, like, sort of the fall of 3H OTFCC news updates. Starting to crest towards the fall of Dreamwave. Very suspicious press release about the success of Micromasters issue 1. They said that they brought punk to Transformers, and I'm still kind of mad. Because I don't know what that means! And they kept saying it over and over again in that really specific way where it's like, you just keep saying the word punk! And you're never saying how, you're never describing it! You just keep saying, we applied punk to Transformers and then we outsold the big 2 or whatever. With our number 50 on the charts. And I'm like, how many issues came out that month? 51? Like... but yeah, it was good times. Seen with the plate on his leg that makes things explode is in fact not a thing Kuga thought would happen. Yeah, exactly. I just got this stone belt and there was a funny spider. I just put the belt on because that's what you do with belts. I didn't think it was gonna go inside me. And the spider guy was messing up everyone's vibe, so I punched him and he died. I didn't think I'd punch him that hard. And this guy was messing around. I kicked him and I felt funny itch on my leg. And then one time I grew a plate and I kicked him in a nuclear explosion. It wasn't my fault. I'm just a nice guy. I got 99 skills. I'm going to turn this on. I gotta add this in. Cause it's about time to close the shop. I had a moment again, just like last time. You're literally responding to me. And yet, I was like, uh-oh, did I remember to turn the stream on? Has this all been a waste of time? This past couple weeks, let me tell you. Something's wrong. Something's wrong, and I hope it fixes itself. I don't like being tired all the time. When I literally describe depression. Nonetheless! Hope that you all had a decent enough time if you're hanging out or if you checked out the VOD. Once again, timecode stuff that you think was neat. Helps me with chapter markings. Clip stuff. There is a button that says click with scissors. It makes clips up to a minute long. YouTube does not surface a lot of these functions, but clips are cool because I can see every clip that gets made of something I put up, and then if I want to go and like check them out later on, then it's like I can do that. Either way, take care out there. All those things I said. Stay safe as you can. We are all we. I mean, we're in this together, kind of, but more so, all we got is each other, whether or not we're in it. But hopefully, you can get in it. And if not, then like, hey, I'll see you next stream anyway. Take it easy out there. Talk to you later.
Marinate, but only in delicious sauce.
Let them come.